On a spring morning in 1358, inside the Alcázar of Seville, a 24-year-old knight walked into a courtyard believing his half-brother had finally forgiven him. His name was Fadrique. He was the master of the Order of Santiago, one of the most powerful military positions in Castile, and he had just finished paying his respects to the king. He was on his way out when the gates closed behind him. A voice from a window above ordered the guards to seize him. Fadrique ran. He got tangled in his own sword belt trying to draw his weapon, and while he fumbled with it, a man came up behind him with a mace and brought it down on his skull. He went down onto the tiles, still moving, still breathing. And the king, his own half-brother, watched all of it happen, then noticed the body was still twitching, handed a dagger to a young page, and told the boy to finish the job. When it was done, Pedro of Castile sat down to eat his dinner in the same room where Fadrique lay dead on the floor. The chronicler who recorded that scene knew Pedro personally. He had served him, and he wanted every person who ever heard the story to understand exactly what that meal meant. Today, we're going through 7 rulers from the medieval world, whose names became shorthand for cruelty. Pedro of Castile, who murdered his way through his own family. Andronikos Komnenos, the Byzantine emperor, whose death was so horrific that the man who wrote it down could barely get through describing it. King John of England, who starved a mother and her son to death in a dungeon. Galeazzo Maria Sforza of Milan, whose punishments were so grotesque that people struggled to believe them even at the time. Sviatopolk of Kiev, called the Accursed for 1,000 years. Vlad the Impaler, who turned an entire plain outside his capital into something that made a sultan turn his army around. And Charles of Navarre, called Charles the Bad, whose death might be the single most horrifying accident in royal history. 7 men spanning 4 centuries and the whole width of the medieval world, from the Atlantic coast of Castile to the rivers of Kiev. Different languages, different churches, different centuries, and yet, as you're going to notice, the same handful of moves recurring like a family curse. The reconciliation feast that ends in blood, the invited guest who never leaves, the child in custody, the brother in the way. Before we get into all of that, a quick hello, welcome back to the channel, and if you're new here, welcome for the first time. Drop a comment and tell me where in the world you're listening from. I genuinely enjoy scrolling through those, and the answers keep surprising me. A massive thank you to everyone supporting the channel on Patreon and through YouTube memberships. You are the reason these long videos keep getting made, plain and simple. If you'd like to join them, all the links to support the channel are down in the description and in the pinned comment. No pressure at all. Alright, get comfortable because this one is long and it is dark. One small thing before the first body drops, because it applies to everything you're about to hear. Every man in this video comes down to us through hostile pens. Pedro's chronicle was written by a man who deserted him. Andronikos' historian watched the mob tear him apart and went home to write about it. John's biographers were monks he had taxed and locked out of their own churches. Vlad's stories were printed by the merchants he impaled and sold across Europe as some of the first true bestsellers of the printing press. So, as we go, I'll keep telling you who's holding the pen, and you can keep your own scales. And here's what makes these 7 worth 5 hours of your evening anyway. Even after you shave away every exaggeration a grudge can buy, What remains, documented, dated, and witnessed, is worse than most fiction would dare. We start in Castile. Pedro was born on the 30th of August, 1334, in the city of Burgos, the only surviving legitimate son of King Alfonso XI and his queen, Maria of Portugal. And I want to sit with that word, legitimate, for a moment, because Pedro's entire life was shaped by the fact that his father barely acknowledged his mother's existence. Alfonso had a mistress. Her name was Leonor de Guzman. She was widely considered one of the most beautiful women in Castile, and the king loved her openly, publicly, without shame. He gave her lands, titles, influence, and 10 children. 10. While Queen Maria and young Pedro lived in something close to internal exile in Seville, pushed to the edge of court life, Leonor's sons grew up rich, favored, and confident. The eldest surviving one was named Enrique. Hold on to that name, because Enrique is going to be standing over Pedro's body at the end of this story with a bloody dagger in his hand. So Pedro grows up watching his mother humiliated daily by a woman who has everything his mother should have had. The court treats the mistress's children like princes, and the actual prince like an afterthought. Whatever Pedro became later, that was the soil it grew in. We even know what he looked like, because Ayala, the chronicler, and we'll get to him properly in a minute, left a physical portrait, and it's oddly vivid across 6.5 centuries. Pedro was big, tall, strongly built, pale-skinned and fair-haired with light eyes, and he spoke with a slight lisp. A small human detail the chronicler didn't need to include and did anyway. He barely slept. He hunted obsessively, loved his birds of prey, ate and drank moderately by royal standards, dressed without much ceremony, and pursued women his whole life with an appetite the chronicle records in a tone somewhere between disapproval and exhaustion. A restless, physically formidable, slightly lisping insomniac who was happiest on horseback with a hawk on his fist. Hold that image against everything that follows. And hold this one too, because I think it matters. Pedro built the most beautiful palace in Spain. The core of the Alcázar of Seville as it stands today, the palace tourists queue for, the one that stands in for exotic royal splendor in about half the television produced this century, is substantially Pedro's work, raised in the 1360s by Muslim craftsmen, many sent by his ally the Emir of Granada in the full glory of the Mudéjar style. Walk through it and you move under ceilings of carved and gilded wood, past walls of plaster lace, and if you can decode the Arabic inscriptions running along those walls, some of them offer glory to the Sultan Don Pedro, a Christian king of Castile, styled Sultan in Arabic on his own walls. His enemies made hay of exactly this. The king who kept Moorish guards and Jewish bankers and built like an emir. He murdered Fadrique in that building. The dinner beside the corpse happened inside that jewel box. Beauty and butchery shared a floor plan, and Pedro apparently felt no tension between them whatsoever. In 1350, Alfonso XI died of plague while besieging Gibraltar, and suddenly 15-year-old Pedro was king of Castile. And within about a year, the settling of scores began. Leonor de Guzman, the mistress who had overshadowed his mother for 2 decades, was arrested. She was moved from castle to castle, and in 1351, at Talavera on the orders of Queen Maria, with her son the king's knowledge, Leonor was put to death. Some accounts describe her being killed by a crossbowman in her cell. Her sons, Enrique and his brothers, were young men by then, old enough to understand exactly what had been done to their mother and exactly who had done it. From that moment forward, the war inside this family only ever moved in one direction. Now, before we go further, I have to tell you something about how we know any of this, because with Pedro it matters more than with almost any other medieval king. Nearly everything we know about his reign comes through one man. Pedro López de Ayala. Ayala was a Castilian nobleman who served in Pedro's own court, watched him rule up close for years, and then, in 1366, switched sides and joined Enrique's rebellion. After Enrique won, Ayala wrote the official chronicle of Pedro's reign for the new dynasty. So the main record of this king's life was written by a man who abandoned him, working for the family that killed him. Ayala doesn't invent things out of thin air, as far as anyone can tell. The events he describes are anchored to real dates, real places, real named people, but every scene is framed to justify what Enrique did at the end. Castilians at the time actually split on what to call this king. His enemies called him Pedro el Cruel. His supporters, and he had many among the towns and the merchant classes, called him El Justiciero, the enforcer of justice, the man who made the roads safe and hanged the nobles who robbed people. Both nicknames survived. The Trastamara family, the winners, made sure only one of them stuck. I'll give you the events as the sources describe them, and you can decide for yourself where justice ended and something darker began. The first years of the reign were chaos, a teenage king, a scheming court, and a favorite named Juan Alfonso de Albuquerque pulling the strings, and into this mess came a marriage. In 1353, the French sent Pedro a bride, Blanche of Bourbon, a princess of the royal blood of France, about 14 years old. By all accounts gentle and completely unprepared for what was waiting for her in Castile, because Pedro was already in love with someone else. Her name was Maria de Padilla, a Castilian noblewoman he had met the year before, and by every description he was devoted to her in a way he never managed with anyone else in his life. He married Blanche in Valladolid on the 3rd of June, 1353, stood through the ceremony, stayed with his new bride for somewhere between 2 days and, in some tellings, a single night, and then simply got on a horse and rode back to Maria de Padilla. He never lived with Blanche again. What happened to Blanche after that is one of the quiet horrors of this whole story, and I mean quiet in the worst possible way. She was 14, alone in a foreign country, unable to go home because her marriage was a diplomatic treaty, and her husband treated her as a political inconvenience to be warehoused. Pedro had her confined, first in Arevalo, then in the Alcazar of Toledo, then, as the years passed and his war with his half-brothers escalated, in the fortress of Medina Sidonia in the far south, about as distant from France as Castile could put her. She spent roughly 8 years as a prisoner. The people of Toledo actually rose up at one point, partly in her defense. The sight of a blameless young queen locked away offended even a public used to royal ugliness. It changed nothing. and in August of 1361 at Medina Sidonia, Blanche of Bourbon died at the age of 25. Ayala's chronicles states what he believed happened plainly. The king wanted her dead. According to the account, a physician named Alfonso de Perosa was ordered to poison her and refused, saying he would not destroy his soul that way. So the task passed to a man named Juan Perez de Reboledo, a crossbowman of the king, and he killed her. A young woman who had done absolutely nothing in her entire life except be married to the wrong man, dying in a fortress at the edge of the world, on the order of a husband who had spent perhaps one night under the same roof as her. The French court never forgave it. Neither, as it turned out, did the Pope. The paper trail on Blanche, by the way, runs right through the Vatican, and it makes the ending harder to explain away. For years before her death, Pope Innocent VI wrote to Pedro, letter after letter, some surviving to this day, pleading, then demanding, that the king restore his lawful wife to her position, warning him of the scandals spreading through Christendom, threatening censure. The King of France pressed the same case through every diplomatic channel he had. So this was never a private domestic sadness quietly unfolding in the south of Castile. Half of Europe spent 8 years formally asking Pedro to stop imprisoning his wife, in writing, and he ignored all of it, and then she died in his custody at 25 with his crossbowmen in the building. You can construct innocent explanations for a young woman dying in a 14th century fortress. Fever carried people off constantly. Ayala didn't believe the innocent explanation. The French didn't, the papal court didn't, and the timing, with Pedro's war going badly and Blanche a live rallying point for his enemies, didn't ask anyone to. Maria de Padilla, for what this detail is worth, had died a few months before Blanche, of natural causes, and Pedro was reportedly shattered by it. She is the one person in this entire story Pedro seems never to have turned on. Small, dark, and by the chronicler's account both beautiful and notably kind. Even Ayala, who has no reason to flatter anything Pedro loved, allows that she was good-natured and often tried to soften the king's rages, sometimes talking men out of the grave that had already been dug for them. She gave him 4 children, kept clear of politics as much as the position allowed, and died in her late 20s, and Pedro buried her, in the end, in the royal chapel at Seville among the kings. After his death, when his daughter's legitimacy became a matter of international politics, Pedro's supporters swore he had secretly married Maria before Blanche ever arrived, making Maria the true queen and Blanche the bigamous mistake. The Cortes of Castile was even assembled in 1362 to hear witnesses solemnly attest the secret wedding. Ayala treats the claim with visible skepticism. The English, who needed those daughters legitimate for their own dynastic reasons, embraced it warmly. Medieval marriage law had a wonderful way of bending toward whoever had the largest army. But the murders people remembered, the ones that built the name Pedro the Cruel brick by brick, were the family killings and the court killings, and they have a rhythm to them that becomes genuinely unsettling once you notice it. Pedro's preferred method was the invitation, the reconciliation, the safe conduct. He would summon a man he had quarreled with, offer warmth, offer forgiveness, sometimes offer a meal, and the man would relax, and then the guards would come. Fadrique in the Alcazar in 1358 is the famous one, the scene we opened with, the mace and the dagger and the dinner beside the corpse. Ayala adds a detail to that day which somehow makes it worse. After Fadrique was struck down, Pedro moved through the palace hunting members of his half-brother's entourage. And one knight of Fadrique's household fled through the chambers until he ran into the apartments where Maria de Padilla was sitting with the king's small daughters. The man grabbed one of the little girls, Pedro's own daughter, and held her in front of himself as a shield. Pedro reached them, pulled the child aside, and killed the man where he stood, in front of his daughters, and then, the chronicle says, went back and ate. That same year, and in the years around it, the list grows. His cousin Juan of Aragon, summoned and killed. Another half-brother, also named Juan, imprisoned and later put to death. And their mother, Leonor of Aragon, Pedro's own aunt, killed in her confinement as well. The Queen Mother of Aragon, his aunt. Ayala records these deaths in an almost bookkeeping tone, one after another, and the accumulation is the point. Individually, a medieval king executing a treasonous relative was Tuesday. Pedro's pattern, the lured guest, the broken guarantee, the corpse at the banquet, was something the nobility of Castile started to recognize as a personal signature, and it terrified them because the entire aristocratic world ran on safe conducts and sworn oaths, and Pedro had demonstrated repeatedly that his oath meant nothing the moment you were inside his walls. Even the dead campaigned against Pedro, and I mean that literally. Juan Alfonso de Albuquerque, the Portuguese magnate who had dominated the king's first years and arranged the French marriage, broke with Pedro over the Padilla affair and fled to the rebel league. And in the autumn of 1354 he died, suddenly, conveniently, and the accounts passed down the belief that a physician in Pedro's pay had poisoned him. What his partisans did next belongs in opera. Albuquerque had reportedly sworn, or his followers swore for him, that his body would not be buried until his death was avenged and his cause won. So the League had him embalmed and carried the corpse with them, on campaign, to meetings. The chronicle describes the dead man's council seat maintained, his banner over the coffin, decisions taken in the presence of the body, as though the great lord were merely quiet that day. For months, part of the opposition to the King of Castile was, administratively speaking, a corpse. You can call that macabre political theatre, and it was, and notice what it tells you about the atmosphere Pedro generated. His enemies found a dead man a perfectly credible standard to rally around, because the dead were the one constituency Pedro could not summon to a reconciliation dinner. One scene from 1356 deserves telling in full, because it involves his own mother, and because Ayala clearly meant it to be unbearable. In the early years of the reign, Queen Maria, the humiliated wife of Alfonso, the woman who had waited 2 decades for her revenge on Leonor de Guzman, had aligned herself with a league of nobles trying to control her son. And the League's strongholds included the city of Toro, where the Queen Mother herself was living, surrounded by knights of her party. Pedro besieged the city, his mother inside it. When Toro fell, in January 1356, The queen came out to meet her son with her ladies and the noblemen of her household around her, presumably believing that her presence, her body, her motherhood was itself a shield for the men beside her. Pedro's soldiers cut those men down on the spot. In front of her, within reach of her, the blood, Ayala says, actually splashing across the queen's garments. Her chief officers were butchered around her while she screamed, and the chronicle records that Maria fainted and was carried away senseless from among the bodies of her own household. She left Castile not long afterward back to her native Portugal, where she died within the year. Of grief, the sympathetic accounts say. Pedro had, at that point, avenged her against Leonor, seized her enemies, and then slaughtered her friends in her lap, all before his 22nd birthday. Family, for this man, was simply the nearest battlefield. Even loyal service brought no safety, and one execution from 1360 makes the point better than any speech. Gutier Fernandez de Toledo was one of Pedro's oldest servants, a man who had fought for him, negotiated for him, stood by him through every crisis since the king was a boy. Suspicion touched him, as suspicion at this court eventually touched everyone, and Pedro ordered him killed. And Gutier, facing the executioner, asked for time to dictate a letter to the king, and the letter survives in Ayala's chronicle, and whether or not Ayala polished it, it stands as one of the most extraordinary documents of the Spanish Middle Ages. In it, the condemned man tells his master, in effect, "I die guiltless, and I thank you for the honors you gave my house, and I owe you a last piece of counsel in payment. My lord, soften your hand, for I fear that all this killing will one day cost you the kingdom you are trying to secure with it." A dying man's political forecast, dictated on the block, addressed to the friend who was killing him. Pedro had him beheaded anyway, and exiled the man's brother, the Archbishop of Toledo, for good measure. 9 years later, in a tent at Montiel, the forecast came due to the last syllable. Seville, Pedro's favorite city, kept its own grim tradition about him, and I'll pass one piece of it along with the warning that it lives closer to legend than to record. The story concerns a noblewoman, Urraca de Osorio, of the great Guzman clan, whose family stood with Enrique, and it says that Pedro had her burned alive in Seville. Some tellings add that the offense was personal, a refusal of the king's advances, and that as the flames rose around her, her waiting woman, Leonor Davalos, broke free, ran to the pyre, and threw herself into the fire onto her mistress's body, so that the wind-whipped flames could not strip and expose the dying woman before the crowd. A servant burning to death voluntarily to guard her lady's modesty for the last 30 seconds of both their lives. Civilian tradition planted the tale deep. A monument in the city's gardens remembers the two women to this day. And whatever a documents and charters historian can or can't certify about it, the story tells you exactly what the people of Andalusia believed their king was capable of, and they had watched him at closer range than anyone. Running underneath all the family killing and feeding it was a war. The war of the two Pedros against Pedro IV of Aragon, and even the war started with an insult taken personally. In the summer of 1356, Pedro of Castile was at Sanlúcar, at the mouth of the Guadalquivir, watching the tuna fishing. Kings did this. It was an event, when a squadron of Aragonese war galleys sailed in, and in full view of the king on the shore, attacked and seized two Italian merchant ships, anchored in what Pedro considered his own waters. He sent out demands for restitution. The Aragonese admiral sailed off with his prizes, and Pedro, treating the incident roughly the way he treated dinner guest etiquette violations, declared war on Aragon. The war ran on and off for 9 years, chewed up the frontier provinces of both kingdoms, and gave Pedro a stage for the other great passion of his life, besides Maria de Padilla, ships. He built and assembled war fleets with real obsession, and in 1359 he took the sea personally, commanding from his own galley, and brought the fleet up the coast to bombard Barcelona itself. The King of Castile lobbing stones at Aragon's capital from the deck of his flagship, close enough for the citizens on the beach to see him. As naval strategy, it achieved almost nothing. As theatre, coming from a king whose enemies called him half Moor and all tyrant, it was unforgettable, and that was usually the point with Pedro. The war also handed him the excuse for one of his coldest killings, and this one involves children of his own blood. Among Leonor de Guzman's many sons, Enrique's younger brothers, Pedro's half-brothers, two of the youngest, Juan and another Pedro, had been in the king's power since they were small boys, held for years as guarantees, growing up in comfortable custody at Carmona, while their older brothers fought the king from exile. In 1359, with the Aragonese war on, and Enrique raiding into Castile under Aragon's flag, the king decided the two hostages had appreciated into liabilities. On his order, they were put to death at Carmona. Juan was around 19. The younger Pedro was around 14. They had spent most of their lives as prisoners. Their offense was their surname and their brother's politics. And Ayala records the killing of the two young men in his usual ledger-keeping voice and lets the ages do the work. Add them to Fadrique, to the cousin, to the aunt, to the other half-brother Juan, and the family accounting by 1359 stood at this. Of the household of Leonor de Guzman and its allies, Pedro had now killed the mother and at least 3 of the sons, plus assorted cousins, a methodical, decade-long harvesting of his father's other family, conducted between state banquets in the loveliest palace in Spain. Seville, meanwhile, went on manufacturing legends about its resident king, and the best of them has a street named after it that you can stand in tonight. The Calle Cabeza del Rey Don Pedro, the street of the head of King Pedro. The story goes that the king liked to prowl the city at night, alone or nearly, incognito, and that on one of these prowls he fought a street duel and killed a man, and the only witness was an old woman who glimpsed the killer's face by lamplight, or, in the better version, couldn't see the face at all, and identified the killer by the sound, a distinctive crack, because Pedro's knees clicked when he walked, and all Seville knew the king's knees clicked. The city demanded justice for the murder. The king, as chief magistrate, was obliged to display the killer's head in a box at the scene of the crime, and Pedro complied. He had a sculpted head of himself placed in the box, sealed and mounted on the wall, satisfying the letter of his own law with a stone confession nobody could open. Pure legend, almost certainly embroidered over centuries. And notice the assumption doing the load-bearing work inside the joke, that of course the king was out killing men in alleys at night, personally. That was simply what Seville found plausible about its Pedro, the way other cities' legends have their kings healing the sick. Even the killings with solid political logic came wrapped in this same theatrical betrayal. Ayala, at intervals, stops narrating and simply counts, and the counting passages are the coldest things in the chronicle, stretches where the prose becomes a necrology, name after name after name, this master of a military order, killed on the king's command, this nobleman killed, this royal official killed, these citizens of this town killed, the ladies of such and such families imprisoned or dead. Recite a run of them aloud and it takes minutes. Castile's governing class was not large. A few hundred families who all knew each other, intermarried, godparented each other's children. And Pedro moved through that intimate world for 19 years, like a slow fire through a village, so that by the end there was scarcely a great house in the kingdom that hadn't buried someone on his account, or fled abroad to avoid it. That, more than any single atrocity, is what El Cruel finally meant. Not a monster of exceptional imagination, like some men in this video, but a king who made dying at court so routine that the chronicler had to invent a bookkeeping style to hold it all. In 1358 or 59, a claimant to the throne of Granada, known as Mohammed the Red, or the Red King, came to Seville to negotiate, trusting in the protection owed to a royal guest. Pedro received him, entertained him, and then had him and his emirs seized at court. The Red King was taken out to a field, dressed in scarlet, mounted on a donkey, and executed, and the accounts say Pedro struck the first blow himself with a lance, reportedly saying something to the effect of, "Take that, for making me sign a bad treaty." The Granadans' companions, dozens of them, were killed alongside him. Even in an age that expected kings to be ruthless with rivals, killing an invited royal guest under safe conduct made courts across the peninsula flinch. It was the sort of act men remembered when they later had to decide whether Pedro deserved rescuing. His own officials weren't safe either, and one case in particular says a great deal about how fear worked at this court. Samuel Halevi was Pedro's treasurer, a Jewish financier of enormous ability who had served the crown loyally for years and built with his fortune the synagogue in Toledo that still stands today. You can walk into it right now, the Sinagoga del Transito, and see the plasterwork his money paid for, with inscriptions praising Pedro carved into the walls. In 1360 or 61, Pedro had him arrested on suspicion of enriching himself, and Samuel was taken to Seville and tortured to make him reveal where his wealth was hidden. He died under that torture. The accounts describe his body simply giving out on the rack. The man whose walls praised the king in carved Hebrew letters died screaming in the king's dungeon so the king could locate his money faster. Pedro seized everything, and the fortune turned out to be vast. And I suppose from the crown's perspective, the operation was a complete success. The church got its turn as well. In 1366, as his throne was collapsing, Pedro passed through Galicia in flight, and while he was in Santiago de Compostela, the archbishop of that city, Suero, and his dean, a man named Peralvarez, were cut down, murdered in circumstances that pointed straight back at the king, near the holiest shrine in Spain. Killing an archbishop at Compostela was roughly the Castilian equivalent of what had happened to Thomas Becket at Canterbury 2 centuries earlier, and the papacy reacted accordingly. Pope Urban V excommunicated Pedro, and the propaganda war was effectively over. His enemies could now say, with the Church's blessing, that the King of Castile was a tyrant, a murderer of queens and archbishops, a friend of Jews and Muslims. That last accusation, revolting as it is, did real work in the 14th century, and that removing him was not treason at all. It was practically a crusade. The man doing the removing was, of course, Enrique, Leonor de Guzman's son, the boy whose mother Pedro's family had executed at Talavera 15 years earlier. Enrique had spent years in exile in France, and in 1366 he came back over the mountains at the head of the so-called free companies. Thousands of professional mercenaries left unemployed by a truce in the war between England and France. Hard men who fought for pay and plunder, commanded by the most famous soldier in Europe, a squat, famously ugly, brilliant Breton named Bertrand du Guesclin. Castile's nobility, having spent a decade watching Pedro murder his dinner guests, went over to Enrique in waves. Pedro fled his own kingdom almost without a battle, which tells you how thoroughly the aristocracy had abandoned him, and went looking for help from the one power that had reasons to want him back on his throne, England. Specifically, he went to Edward the Black Prince, son of the King of England, then ruling English Gascony from Bordeaux. And the Black Prince, for a staggering price in promised gold and territory, agreed to put Pedro back. In April 1367, at Navarre, the English longbows did to Enrique's army what they had done to the French at Crécy and Poitiers, and Enrique's cause collapsed in an afternoon, and du Guesclin himself was captured. So incidentally was our chronicler. Pero López de Ayala fought at Navarre on Enrique's side. He carried, by his own telling, the banner of the Order of the Sash in the front of the fight, and was taken prisoner in the rout, and spent time in captivity contemplating, we may assume, both ransom arrangements and the strange career of his former master, now victorious. So when Ayala describes the terror of these years, understand the fullness of his position. This is a man who served Pedro at court, deserted him, faced him across a battlefield, was captured under his brother's banner, and then outlived everybody and wrote the minutes. Historians have been arguing about how to discount that testimony for 6 centuries, and the honest answer is that we can't do without it, and can't fully trust it, and every telling of Pedro, this one included, is a negotiation with Ayala's ghost. Pedro rode back into his kingdom victorious, and then, almost immediately, he showed the Black Prince exactly who he was, because Pedro's first instinct after the battle was to execute the captured Castilian nobles who had sided with his brother. And the Black Prince, a man who had ordered his own share of massacres, no gentle soul himself, was reportedly appalled at the scale of vengeance Pedro had in mind and had to physically restrain his ally from butchering the prisoners. The alliance rotted fast after that. Pedro couldn't pay what he'd promised, wouldn't hand over the territories, and the English army, riddled with dysentery, went home disgusted. The chronicler Chandos Herald, who travelled with the Black Prince, left a picture of Pedro as a man the English came to distrust to his face. When Enrique came back over the Pyrenees the following year with a fresh French-backed army, no English rescue was coming. The end arrived at a castle called Montiel on the plains of La Mancha in March of 1369. Enrique and du Guesclin caught Pedro's army there on the 14th and broke it, and Pedro shut himself inside the castle of Montiel, and the situation degenerated into something close to a siege of one man. The castle had almost no water. Pedro was trapped on a rock in the middle of a plain, surrounded by his brother's army, with days left before thirst did the job on its own. So he tried the only weapon he had left, the one he'd used his whole life, a secret deal. Through an intermediary, Pedro contacted du Guesclin and offered him a fortune. The figure that survives is 200,000 gold doblas and a string of Castilian towns, if the Breton would let him slip through the lines. Du Guesclin listened, said he'd think about it, and went straight to Enrique. And Enrique, understanding exactly what was on the table, made du Guesclin a counteroffer for even more, on the condition that instead of letting Pedro escape, du Guesclin would bring Pedro to him. On the night of the 23rd of March, 1369, Pedro came down from the castle of Montiel in the dark, believing he was being smuggled out, and was brought into du Guesclin's tent. And into that tent, a few moments later, walked Enrique, armed. Here's the detail that stays with everyone who encounters this story. The two half-brothers had not seen each other in so many years that Enrique did not recognize Pedro. He stood in the tent looking at the man he had crossed a continent to kill, and wasn't sure which one he was. One of du Guesclin's men had to gesture and say words to the effect of, "That is your enemy." And Pedro, and whatever else you want to say about this man, grant him this, did not hide, did not beg, did not try to talk. He said, twice, "I am he, I am he." Enrique drew a dagger and stabbed him in the face, and the two of them grappled, crashed to the ground, rolled. Half-brothers, sons of the same father, wrestling in the dirt of a tent floor in the dark. And a persistent tradition repeated for centuries holds that Pedro actually ended up on top, and that someone in the tent, possibly du Guesclin himself, grabbed a leg and flipped the fight over, allegedly with a line that became a proverb in Spanish. "I neither put nor remove a king, but I help my lord." However that turn actually happened, it ended with Enrique on top, driving the dagger down into his brother's body again and again until Pedro stopped moving. He was 34 years old. What happened next tells you everything about how much hatred had built up over those 19 years. Pedro's body was left on the ground, unburied, for 3 days, and the accounts describe it being abused and mocked. Some versions say his head was cut off and sent away, and the corpse was placed between two boards on the walls of Montiel for public display. The anointed king of Castile, grandson of kings, rotting in the open air while his brother's mercenaries walked past. Enrique took the crown as Enrique II, first king of the House of Trastamara, and every royal chronicle written in Castile for the next century was written under his family's patronage, and that, more than anything else, is why the world remembers Pedro the Cruel and not Pedro the Just. The winning had to be paid for, mind you, and how Enrique paid for it earned him a nickname of his own, El de las Mercedes, Enrique of the Favors, because he had bought his throne with promises to every mercenary, magnate and turncoat in the peninsula. And after Montiel the invoices arrived, lands, lordships and revenues shoveled out of the royal domain in heaps to keep the coalition sweet. Pedro had hoarded royal power and murdered anyone who touched it. His brother survived by giving it away in armfuls, and Castilian kings spent generations trying to claw back what the favors had scattered. Even Pedro's corpse took centuries to come to rest. From the improvised display at Montiel, the remains passed through a series of graves, at one point interred in a place so obscure it bordered on insult, until, hundreds of years later, they were brought at last to the royal chapel of Seville Cathedral, where Pedro lies today beside Maria de Padilla, the one person he never betrayed in the city that told the best stories about him. It took roughly 5 centuries, and it's more reconciliation than the 14th century ever offered anyone. 2 footnotes to this story, and both of them travel to England. Pedro's daughters by Maria de Padilla, Constance and Isabella, ended up marrying 2 sons of the King of England. Constance married John of Gaunt, who spent years afterwards styling himself King of Castile in her right, and even invaded Spain trying to make it real. Through that line, Pedro's blood flowed back into the Castilian royal family within 2 generations, so the dynasty that rules Spain today descends from him after all. The mechanics of that return are almost too neat. John of Gaunt's invasion failed, as invasions of Castile generally did, and the settlement that ended it married his daughter by Constance, Catherine of Lancaster, Pedro's granddaughter, to the heir of the Trastamara line, the grandson of Enrique. The grandchildren of the 2 half-brothers who had knifed each other in the dirt at Montiel stood at an altar and merged the feud into a single bloodline, and their son ruled a Castile in which the war of Pedro and Enrique had been, in the most literal dynastic sense, married out of existence. Kingdoms occasionally solve with a wedding what they could never solve with a chronicle, and Geoffrey Chaucer, yes, that Chaucer, whose wife's sister was John of Gaunt's mistress and later wife, the medieval world was very small at the top, wrote Pedro into the Canterbury Tales. In the Monk's Tale, among his catalogue of great men brought low by fortune, Chaucer mourns, "O noble, O worthy Pedro, glory of Spain, betrayed and slain in his brother's tent." One of the founding poets of the English language, writing Pedro the Cruel an elegy. The English, who had bled for him at Navarre and never gotten paid, still liked him better than his own chroniclers did. Make of that whatever you like. From a tent on a Spanish plain, we travel east now about 2 centuries back and 3,000 miles away to the largest, richest, most sophisticated city in the Christian world, Constantinople, and to a man who might be the most fascinating monster in this entire video, because Pedro, whatever he was fairly simple to describe. Andronikos Komnenos is not. Andronikos was brilliant, hilarious, absurdly handsome, physically fearless, beloved by crowds, a genuine reformer who protected the poor from corrupt officials, and a murderer of children who died one of the most horrifying deaths ever recorded of any human being, let alone an emperor. Our source for nearly all of it is a historian named Nikitas Choniates, a Byzantine official who lived through these years, watched some of these events with his own eyes, and wrote about Andronikos with an emotion you almost never find in medieval chronicles. He couldn't decide whether he was writing about a demon or a tragedy, and the confusion is right there on the page. Andronikos was born around 1118, a prince of the Komnenos dynasty, first cousin to the emperor Manuel I. And for the first 60 years of his life, his career was essentially a very long, very expensive soap opera. He was, by every account, magnetic. Choniates describes him as tall, extraordinarily strong, strikingly good-looking even into old age, and possessed of a wit that made people forgive him things that should have gotten him killed several times over. He seduced his way through the imperial family, and I mean that literally. His affairs included his own cousin Eudokia, and later Philippa of Antioch, the sister of the emperor's own sister-in-law, and then, most scandalously of all, Theodora, the widowed queen of Jerusalem, another cousin. Family gatherings must have been unbearable. He conspired against Manuel more or less constantly, got caught, and spent about 9 years imprisoned in a tower in the palace, and even the prison stories are cinematic. He found a bricked-up passage in his cell, hid inside it, let everyone believe he'd escaped, and when his wife was locked in the same cell as punishment, he crept out of the wall at night. She became pregnant during his imprisonment in his own prison cell, while the empire hunted him. Eventually, he escaped for real, fled across the borders, and spent years wandering the courts of the Eastern world. Kiev, Damascus, Georgia, the Crusader states, charming everyone, seducing prominent women, and staying one step ahead of imperial agents. A few of those years deserve more than a list, because the man's talent for escape and scandal was genuinely operatic. The prison break itself. After years in the tower, he obtained wax, took impressions of the keys, and had copies smuggled in by way of his household. He got out, got caught crossing the border, and was hauled back, and escaped again. And this second flight includes my favorite trick in the whole career. Riding north under guard toward captivity, he complained constantly of a bad stomach, dismounting again and again to relieve himself in the bushes until his escorts stopped paying attention. And then one evening he dismounted, propped up his cloak and hat on a stick in the twilight, so the silhouette against the trees looked like a man crouching, and rode off into the dark while his guards politely averted their eyes from a scarecrow. He made it to the Rus Principality of Halych, and turned up at court there as an honored celebrity fugitive. Later, forgiven and given a military command in Cilicia, he abandoned the campaign to pursue Philippa of Antioch, who was, and savor the audacity of this, the younger sister of the Emperor Manuel's own wife, parading beneath her windows with a retinue of tall bodyguards and dressing to devastate, until the princess of a Crusader state was thoroughly compromised and half the diplomacy of the Eastern Mediterranean was on fire. Then he dropped Philippa, moved on to Jerusalem, and met Theodora, the widow of the king of Jerusalem, 21 years old, another of his own cousins. And this one was different. They ran away together, properly, absconding to the court of Nur ad-Din in Damascus and onward through the Muslim East, a Byzantine prince and a dowager queen of Jerusalem living openly as lovers among the empire's enemies, while 2 children were born to them. Manuel's agents eventually solved the problem by kidnapping Theodora and the children, and Andronikos, to get his family back, finally came home and staged the greatest performance of a career built on them. He appeared before Manuel in full court, with a heavy chain wrapped around his own neck, hidden under his cloak, and at the foot of the throne he tore the cloak away, threw himself face down on the floor, and demanded to be dragged to the emperor's feet by the chain like a runaway dog. The court wept. Manuel wept, forgave him, and parked him in comfortable exile on the Black Sea coast, well away from the capital. 60 years old, and every room he had ever entered he had owned. If the story ended around 1180, Andronikos would be remembered as the most entertaining rogue in Byzantine history. The story does not end around 1180. In September of that year, the Emperor Manuel died, and everything Andronikos had been underneath the charm came out. Manuel left behind an 11-year-old son, Alexios II, and a regency run by the boy's mother, the Empress Maria of Antioch. And Maria had a problem she could do nothing about. She was a Latin, a Westerner, a Frank from the Crusader Principality of Antioch. Constantinople in 1180 was a city seething with hatred of the Latins. Italian merchants from Venice, Genoa, and Pisa dominated the city's commerce, held special privileges, grew rich off trade the locals felt belonged to them, and behaved, in the eyes of the Greek population, with unbearable arrogance. A Latin empress ruling for a child, surrounded by Latin favorites, was political dynamite. And Andronikos, watching from his semi-exile on the Black Sea coast in his mid-60s, understood exactly what that dynamite could do. He began presenting himself as the protector of young Alexios, the one true Roman who would rescue the boy from the foreigners and the corrupt courtiers. Crowds believed him. Soldiers believed him. In 1182 he marched on Constantinople, and the city's garrison went over to him, and the gates opened. His first public act inside the walls was a masterpiece of theatre, and Choniates preserves it with the sourness of a man who watched the reviews come in. Andronikos went to the monastery church where his cousin Manuel lay buried, the emperor he had plotted against for 30 years. And at the tomb he made a great show of grief, weeping over the marble, and then lingered, murmuring to the grave, lips moving in what the pious crowd took for prayer. And Choniates passes along what the cynics in the city said afterward, that anyone who knew the man could guess the prayer, something closer to a settling of accounts with the corpse, a promise to the dead rival about what was coming for his widow and his son. A joke, perhaps, when the wits of Constantinople first told it. Within 2 years it stopped being funny, because the widow and the son got exactly what the joke predicted. What happened when his supporters poured into the city is one of the great atrocities of the 12th century, and it barely gets talked about outside academic circles. The mob, whipped up by years of resentment and now given permission, turned on the Latin Quarter of Constantinople, the neighborhoods along the Golden Horn where thousands of Western merchants lived with their families. The massacre killed men, women, and children indiscriminately. Clergy were a particular target. Latin priests and monks were butchered in their churches, and a papal legate, a cardinal named John, was decapitated and his head tied to the tail of a dog and dragged through the streets. The sick were murdered in their hospital beds. Contemporary Western accounts describe wounded and dying Latins being dragged out and killed, houses burned, and something like 4,000 survivors sold into slavery to the Turks. The city's Latin population, tens of thousands of people, effectively ceased to exist in a matter of days. Andronikos did not order every knife stroke of this personally. He also did absolutely nothing to stop it, because the mob doing his enemy's dirty work suited him perfectly, and everyone understood that. File this massacre away, by the way, because 22 years later, in 1204, when a Latin Crusader army stood outside the walls of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, the memory of 1182 was very much alive in Western minds, and the ruin that fell on the city then had roots in these streets. With the city in his hand, Andronikos began clearing the board, and Chonietes walks us through it piece by piece with mounting horror. The young emperor's older half-sister Maria, a different Maria, the Emperor Manuel's daughter, and her husband, who had led opposition to him, dead within months. And the word Chonietes uses points to poison, administered, he says, through a eunuch of the household. The Empress Maria of Antioch, the boy's mother, was next. She was accused of treason, of writing to her brother-in-law, the King of Hungary, begging him to invade. Andronikos staged a trial, secured the conviction, and then produced the single cruelest signature of his entire career. The death warrant for the Empress had to be signed, and Andronikos compelled the signature from her son. The 12-year-old Emperor Alexios was made to put his own hand to the order condemning his mother to death. She was strangled in her cell. The man in charge of the killing was Andronikos's own son Manuel, who to his credit protested and was overruled, and her body was buried in secret in an obscure grave near the shore, denied every honor an empress was owed. Chonietes writes that the bloodthirsty soul of Andronikos exulted at this. He also records something almost stranger. Andronikos had a portrait of the Empress repainted to make her look like a wrinkled old crone, so that the public would stop pitying the beautiful young widow. He murdered her, and then he vandalized her memory, and the second act apparently mattered to him as much as the first. In September 1183, Andronikos allowed himself to be proclaimed co-emperor alongside the boy, with theatrical reluctance, weeping and protesting as the crowd insisted. Chonietes describes the performance with pure contempt, because everyone in the city knew what came next. Within weeks, probably in October, men acting on Andronikos's orders came for Alexios II at night. The boy was 14. He was strangled with a bowstring, and the accounts add two details that turn the stomach in different ways. First, when the body was brought to Andronikos, the old man is said to have kicked it and mocked the corpse's parents, and ordered the head cut off, and the body sealed in a weighted coffin and sunk in the sea. The child he had sworn on holy relics to protect, whose protector he had claimed to be in front of the whole empire, dumped into the Bosphorus like refuse. Second, Alexios had been betrothed, for diplomatic reasons, to a French princess, Agnes, daughter of King Louis VII of France, renamed Anna in Constantinople. She was 11, perhaps 12 years old. Andronikos, at roughly 65, married her. Choniates, who has by this point in his history stopped even pretending to be measured, dwells on the obscenity of it. The withered emperor and the child bride, a girl whose betrothed husband he had strangled and sunk in the sea. Even in a world with very different rules about royal marriage ages, contemporaries found this union grotesque, and said so. Spare a thought while we're here for the girl herself, because her life is one of the strangest in the 12th century, and nobody tells it. Agnes of France had been shipped east at 8 or 9 to marry a boy emperor, renamed, reveiled, reschooled in Greek ceremony, widowed by strangulation at 11, married to her husband's 65-year-old murderer at 12. She then outlived Andronikos. We'll get to how thoroughly one could outlive Andronikos, remained in Constantinople, refused, apparently, ever to go home or even to speak French to visiting crusaders when given the chance, took up years later with a Byzantine general named Theodore Brannus, and eventually married him, and survived long enough to watch the men of her native France sack the city in 1204. A princess of Paris who spent her whole life as a Byzantine widow of 2 murdered adjacent marriages, standing at a window watching Frenchmen burn her adopted world. History never asked her for a memoir. History rarely asks the 12-year-olds. And around the throne where that child sat as empress, the machinery of terror professionalized. Informing became the growth industry of the reign. Choniates describes a capital where accusation was currency, where a servant with a grudge or a rival with an eye on your house could whisper a name into the network of the emperor's men and watch the arrests follow, where the great families began quietly moving relatives and money out to the provinces, the way people in later centuries would move them across borders ahead of secret police. Men stopped meeting in groups. Men stopped writing letters. The emperor's spies were assumed into every dinner party, and the assumption was cheap at the price. 2 years of this, and the aristocracy of the wealthiest city on earth had been converted into a population of hostages who happened to still be holding their own house keys. Now here's where Andronikos becomes genuinely difficult, historically, because the same man, in the same 2 years, was also one of the best administrators the empire had seen in generations, and the same historian who loathes him says so. Andronikos went after corruption with a savagery that finally pointed in a useful direction. Provincial governorships had been sold for centuries to men who then squeezed the peasantry to recoup the price. Andronikos paid officials proper salaries and hanged the ones who extorted anyway. He reformed the treatment of shipwrecks. Coastal lords had enjoyed an ancient right to plunder wrecked ships, and Andronikos ended it, reportedly saying that men who robbed the drowning would be hanged on the masts of the very ships they looted. tax collection became honest enough that, in Choniates's own words, the people of the provinces began to breathe again. He built, too, when he wasn't killing. The historian credits him with practical works in the capital. The restoration of a great underground water conduit to improve the city's supply, repairs and constructions undertaken with real energy, unglamorous municipal competence of the sort emperors got statues for in better centuries. A ruler who fixed the water and hanged the men who robbed the drowning, the provinces, who saw only that half of him, sang about him. The capital saw the other half. Peasants who had lived under the boot for generations, briefly, had an emperor who would execute an aristocrat for stealing from them. If Andronikos had been capable of stopping there, the history of Byzantium might have run differently. He was not capable of stopping there. The same instinct that hanged corrupt governors kept finding new categories of enemy, and by 1184 the reform program and the terror program had merged into a single machine. The aristocracy, the class he had always hated and who had always hated him, bore the worst of it. Suspected conspirators were blinded, the traditional Byzantine mutilation done with hot irons, imprisoned, exiled or killed, and their families with them. Choniates describes Andronikos presiding over torture sessions personally, and the chronicle builds this picture of a court where no one could be sure a dinner invitation from the emperor would end with dessert or with an executioner. The city of Nicaea resisted him and was besieged, and the siege produced an image that even this reign struggles to top. Among the rebels inside the walls were the brothers Isaac and Theodore Angelos, remember that surname, and Andronikos held in his power their elderly mother, Euphrosyne. So he had the old woman brought up to the siege lines and fastened onto the top of a battering ram and sent the machine forward against the walls so that her sons and their garrison would have to drop their stones and their fire onto their own mother if they wanted to stop the ram. Choniates records the defenders' answer. They aimed carefully, shot around her, and drove the machine back with the woman miraculously unhurt, and one senses even the historian exhaling as he writes it. When Nicaea finally fell, its commander Theodore Cantacuzénos killed in a sortie, his head paraded on a spear. The reprisals included impalements along the walls, hands lopped, men hanged in rows for the surrounding countryside to study. At Prusa, more of the same. Men blinded, men hanged, bodies left on display, and Choniates describes victims strung up in the trees around the city like some appalling orchard. In 1185, as a Norman army from Sicily invaded the empire and sacked Thessalonica, the second city of the empire, a horror in its own right, and we know it in appalling detail, because the city's own Archbishop Eustathios lived through the sack and wrote it down, something like 7,000 of his people dead. Citizens cut down in the streets and in the churches where they'd fled, homes stripped, the invaders desecrating everything from altars to graves while the survivors starved amid the wreckage. Word of all this travelled up the Via Egnatia toward the capital with the refugees, and the capital waited to see what its emperor would do about the second city of the Romans bleeding out on the Aegean. Andronikos responded to the crisis by intensifying the purges at home, drawing up lists of prisoners and exiles to be executed wholesale, apparently including their families. The invasion, to his mind, being chiefly evidence that traitors surrounded him. Choniates says the emperor had decided, in effect, to empty the prisons by killing everyone in them, and the historian describes the capital in the late summer of 1185 as a city living in a shared, silent, animal fear. He knew too. That's the strangest part of the final phase. Andronikos understood exactly what he had become and advertised it. At the Church of the 40 Martyrs in Constantinople, he set up a portrait of himself for public view, and in it he chose to appear stripped of every imperial emblem, no purple, no diadem, but the costume of a laborer, a poor farmer, and in his hand, instead of the orb and cross of the Roman emperors, a great scythe. Choniates dwells on the image and its interpretation, and the interpretation going around the city was not subtle. The reaper, harvesting the aristocracy of the empire like a field, and displaying the fact on a church wall as though daring anyone to object. Emperors commissioned mosaics of themselves crowned by Christ. This one commissioned himself as death with a farm tool. As a piece of self-knowledge, it's almost admirable. As a thing to hang in a church while you're drawing up execution lists, it tells you the machine had no brake left anywhere inside it. The end began on a September morning with a fortune teller and a man named Isaac Angelos. Andronikos, deep in the paranoia of his final months, consulted seers about who would succeed him. You would think a man who had climbed over the bodies of his own family would know better than to ask that question, but apparently not. A divination ritual involving water supposedly produced letters, and the interpretation pointed toward a man whose name began with those letters, Isaac. The dates involved were close, days away. Andronikos, taking no chances, sent his enforcer Stephen Hagiochristophoreites, a man so hated in the city his nickname was Anti-Christophorites, a pun-swapping Christ-bearer into Antichrist-bearer, to arrest Isaac Angelos, a middle-aged aristocrat of no particular distinction who had, until that moment, survived precisely by being too unimpressive to kill. Choniates is explicit about this, and it's one of history's better jokes at a tyrant's expense. Andronikos had personally assessed Isaac and dismissed him. A soft man, effeminate in the emperor's estimation, incapable of anything bold, and spared him more or less as one spares furniture. Every genuinely formidable man in the aristocracy had been blinded, exiled, or executed on suspicion of exactly the daring that Isaac was certified not to possess. So when the prophecy pointed at the one non-entity left standing, the emperor's own filing system had already guaranteed the outcome, and Isaac, cornered in his house with nothing to lose, did the one thing nobody in Constantinople had done in 3 years. He fought. He grabbed a sword, split Hagiochristophoreites' skull, slashed his way through the arrest party, and galloped through the streets to the great church of Hagia Sophia, blood on his sword, shouting to everyone what he had done. And the city, all of that compressed terror, detonated. Crowds flooded to Hagia Sophia overnight. By morning it was a general uprising. The mob proclaimed the astonished Isaac emperor. He seems to have been nearly as surprised as anyone, broke open the prisons and surged toward the palace. Andronikos tried to fight. The accounts have him on the palace towers, firing arrows into the crowd himself at the age of about 67, and when that failed, he threw off his imperial regalia, disguised himself, put his child wife Agnes and a favorite mistress in a boat, and fled up the Bosphorus hoping to reach Russia. A storm turned the boat back. He was captured. The accounts say he begged, wept, sang laments in the boat, and the sailors were unmoved, and dragged back to the city in chains, and handed over first to the new emperor Isaac, and the staging of that handover carried an irony so exact it aches. Andronikos was brought before the throne fettered, with a chain about his neck. The chain again. 15 years earlier, he had wrapped a chain around his own neck as theatre, flinging himself before Manuel, demanding to be dragged to the throne like a dog, and the court had wept and forgiven everything. Now the chain was real. The throne held a man he had catalogued as furniture, and nobody in the room was crying. When Isaac was done with him, he was given to the mob. What follows is the passage that made this section hard to write, and I'm going to give it to you the way Choniates gives it, because he was there, in the city, when it happened. And he wrote it down so that nobody could pretend later that it hadn't been done. Andronikos was brought before Isaac and the court, and the degradation began immediately. He was slapped, kicked, beaten, his beard torn, his teeth pulled out, his hair ripped from his scalp, and Choniates specifically notes that the women of the court, wives and daughters of the men Andronikos had executed, were given their turn to beat the old man with their fists. Then his right hand was cut off with an axe, the hand that had signed the death warrants. The mob understood symbolism perfectly well. He was thrown into a cell called animas, without food, without water, without any treatment of the stump, and left there for days. Then they came back for more. One of his eyes was gouged out, and then, one-handed, one-eyed, starving, this man who had been the most powerful ruler in the Christian world days earlier was seated backwards on a mangy, sick camel and paraded through the streets of Constantinople through the entire length of the marketplace. Choniates describes the procession in detail that he clearly found difficult to set down. The crowds of the city, the same crowds, he notes bitterly, that had cheered Andronikos into the city 3 years before, hailed him as a savior, kissed the ground he walked on, lined the route to destroy him. They beat him with clubs, they stabbed at him with skewers and spits, they pelted him with stones and with dung, they squeezed sponges of filth into his face. A prostitute poured a pot of boiling water over his head. His remaining eye was attacked. People with no grievance at all, Choniates says, joined in simply because everyone else was, and the historian pauses in the middle of his own account to condemn the citizens as mindless, worse than the tyrant, debasing the imperial office itself by tearing a crowned emperor apart with their hands in the street. Through all of it, and this detail is the one that has haunted people for 800 years, Andronikos did not curse them. He kept saying over and over, Kyrie eleison, Lord, have mercy, and a phrase drawn from the prophets, why do you further bruise a broken reed? The camel brought him at last to the Hippodrome, the great chariot stadium of Constantinople, where emperors had presided over the games for 8 centuries, where Andronikos himself had sat in the imperial box. The mob strung him up by his feet, upside down between 2 columns, and still alive, hanging there, he was tormented further. His genitals were attacked. A sword was driven down his throat, and then, Choniate's records, 2 Latin soldiers, Westerners, men of the same people Andronikos's mob had massacred in 1182, and you can decide for yourself how much that fact was in their minds, stood on either side of the hanging body and competed with their swords to see whose blade could cut deeper, hacking into him from both sides until, at some point in that process, after what the sources describe as an ordeal lasting across several days from first capture to final death, Andronikos Komnenos died. Choniates says that at the very end, the emperor brought his mutilated arm to his mouth, and some in the crowd said he was sucking the blood from the stump. He was about 67 years old. It was the 12th of September, 1185. They did not bury him. The body was taken down and dumped. And for years afterward, what remained of Andronikos lay unburied in a corner near the Ephoros monastery, and Choniates notes that it was still visible there years later, and that no one dared enter it. His dynasty died with him in the ugliest ways available. His son and co-emperor John was murdered by his own soldiers when the news arrived, and his other son Manuel, the one who had objected to strangling the empress, was blinded by the new regime so brutally that he died of it. The house of Komnenos, the family that had ruled the empire for a century and given it its last golden age, ended in a gutter by the Hippodrome. And the dynasty that replaced it, the Angeloi, proved so catastrophically incompetent over the next 19 years that they steered the empire directly into the Fourth Crusade, the sack of Constantinople, and a blow from which Byzantium never truly recovered. More than one historian has traced the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire, the real final end, the one that arrived in 1453. To these 3 years of blood, and to the broken old man hanging by his feet in the Hippodrome, whispering for mercy to a crowd that had none left to give. Choniates, writing years later, gave Andronikos an epitaph of sorts, and it's a strange one, full of that divided feeling I mentioned at the start. He calls him polluted, blood-stained, a hater of the light. He also compares his sufferings, cautiously, to the sufferings of Job, and can't quite hide his disgust at the mob, and can't quite bury his awe at how the man endured the unendurable without breaking. Historians have argued about Andronikos ever since. The last great Komnenos, the reformer who might have saved the empire if the cruelty hadn't consumed the reform, or a psychopath with good publicity, 60 years of charm concealing what was always underneath. Both cases can be argued from the same pages of the same book. That's Byzantium for you. From the Hippodrome we go west and north, away from marble and incense, out to the rain and mud of the North Atlantic, where the castles are squat and grey and the horrors happen in cellars rather than stadiums. Byzantium destroyed its tyrant in public, in an afternoon of communal frenzy the whole city shared. England's entry in this catalogue worked the opposite way, quietly, behind walls, one locked door at a time, over years, and the kingdom only discovered the full tally afterward, the way you discover damp in a house. We come to a king you already think you know. King John. The villain of every Robin Hood story ever filmed, the sneering younger brother of Richard the Lionheart, the man forced at sword point to seal Magna Carta. And the cartoon version honestly does him a strange favor, because the cartoon is merely greedy and cowardly. The documented John, the one in the chronicles and more damningly in his own government's records, did things that the Robin Hood movies would never dare show, because a mother and her son starving to death in a castle dungeon doesn't fit anywhere in a children's film. A quick word on sources first, same as with Pedro, because it shapes everything. The most vivid portraits of John come from monastic chroniclers, above all Roger of Wendover, and after him Matthew Paris, both monks of St. Albans Abbey, writing in the decades after John's death. These were churchmen, and John had spent years locked in a ferocious war with the church. The Pope put all of England under interdict for 6 years because of him, closed the churches, silenced the bells. So the monks despised him for professional reasons before they even got to the personal ones. Matthew Paris gave the world the famous line that hell itself was defiled by the fouler presence of John, and that is not the sentence of a neutral observer. Modern historians have peeled back a lot of the monastic embroidery and found a king who was, in administrative terms, capable, hard-working, even innovative. And then, sitting underneath all that revisionism, immovable, are a handful of deaths that no amount of scholarly generosity has ever managed to soften, because the evidence for them comes from too many directions at once. John was born around 1166, the youngest son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, the youngest of that famously vicious brood the historian's cliché calls the Devil's Brood, and the family embraced the branding themselves, cultivating a legend that their line descended from the demon Countess Melusine, a she-spirit who had married an early ancestor and flown shrieking out a chapel window when compelled to watch the Mass. "From the devil we came," one of the brothers is supposed to have said, "and to the devil we shall go." Aristocratic gallows humour mostly. In John's case, posterity decided the genealogy was simply accurate. His father nicknamed him Lackland because by the time John arrived, all the family territory was already promised to his older brothers. He grew up as the family afterthought and spent his youth betraying people. He betrayed his father in the old king's final days. The discovery that John, the favourite, the one child he had fought his other sons for, had also joined the rebellion is supposed to have broken Henry's will to live. He then spent his brother Richard's captivity in Germany, actively conspiring to steal his kingdom, and paid the German emperor's price to keep Richard imprisoned longer. Richard, released, forgave him with the withering remark that John was a child who had been led astray by bad advisers. John was 27 at the time. Then, in 1199, Richard died of a crossbow wound in Aquitaine, and the child came to the throne of England. His first major act as king set the tone for everything, and it started, of all places, at someone else's engagement. In the year 1200, Touring his French lands, John encountered Isabella of Angoulême, the heiress of a strategically vital county, and a girl of about 12 years old, possibly younger, who was already formally betrothed to a powerful local baron, Hugh de Lusignan. John took one look and took her. He had his own first marriage annulled on a conveniently discovered technicality, married the child heiress within weeks, and simply defrauded the Lusignans of the bride, the county, and the future they had contracted for, offering nothing, because he was the king and they weren't. The chroniclers, who could sneer with the best of them, added that the middle-aged king then became a scandal with his young wife, lying in bed with her until midday while his enemies moved, and the jibe stuck to him for the rest of the reign. The marriage itself curdled into something the monks wrote about with relish. Matthew Paris, never one to leave a wound undressed, passed along the Queen's reputation in a single vicious phrase, more Jezebel than Isabel, along with the darkest story told of the royal bedchamber, that John, suspecting his wife of lovers, had the suspected men strangled and their bodies hung over her bed for her to find. A chronicle story from a hostile pen, unverifiable, and entirely of a piece with everything else the man's own barons believed about how he treated the women within his reach. So make of it what the barons made of it. The Lusignans, robbed and mocked, did the one thing feudal law allowed them. They appealed over John's head to his own overlord for his French lands, King Philip of France. Philip summoned John to answer the complaint. John refused to come, and Philip's court solemnly declared every French fief John held forfeit. That legal judgment, triggered at bottom by the theft of a 12-year-old bride, was the formal beginning of the war that would cost John Normandy, Anjou, and the whole continental empire his family had spent a century building. Rarely in history has one wedding been so expensive, and the boy with the rival claim, Arthur, was the sword Philip picked up to prosecute the sentence, and one enormous problem was waiting for him. His name was Arthur. Arthur of Brittany was John's nephew, the posthumous son of John's older brother Geoffrey, and by strict primogeniture, the son of an elder brother outranking a younger brother. Arthur had a claim to everything: England, Normandy, Anjou, the whole Angevin Empire. He was 12 years old when Richard died, a duke in Brittany, a pawn of the French king Philip Augustus, and the single greatest threat to John's crown that existed anywhere on earth. For 3 years the threat stayed theoretical. Then, in the summer of 1202, the 16-year-old Arthur made his move, laying siege, of all targets, to the castle of Mirebeau, where his own grandmother, the nearly 80-year-old Eleanor of Aquitaine, was staying. Whatever else you say about John, his response was the finest military stroke of his life. He force-marched his army 80 miles in about 48 hours, fell on the besiegers at dawn on the 1st of August, and captured the entire rebel command in a single morning, including Arthur. His rival, his nephew, the boy with the better claim, delivered into his hands. Then the record starts to darken, and then it goes out entirely. The prisoners of Mirebeau were treated with a cruelty that shocked John's own allies. Knights, men of rank who normally expected honorable captivity and a civilized ransom, were instead carted off in chains like felons, paraded in fetters, and distributed to castles in Normandy and England, and a number of them were starved to death in prison. The figure that comes down is 22 men of the noble blood of Poitou and Anjou, allowed to waste away at Corfe Castle in Dorset, an atrocity against John's own class that his supporters found harder to excuse than any brutality toward peasants. Remember Corfe Castle, it will come back. Arthur himself was held first at Falaise in Normandy, under the keeping of John's servant Hubert de Burgh, and one chronicle preserves a story about that captivity that even Shakespeare later couldn't resist. John, wanting his nephew neutralized as a claimant but perhaps not yet ready to be a kinslayer, sent men to Falaise with orders to blind and castrate the boy. A mutilated prince could never be crowned. The same logic Byzantium ran on. According to the chronicler Ralph of Coggeshall, Hubert de Burgh refused to allow it, judging the order came from a king in a temper who would regret it. And soon after, in early 1203, Arthur was transferred to the castle of Rouen, into the custody of men with fewer scruples. And after April of 1203, no living person ever saw Arthur of Brittany again. No body was displayed, no death announced, no explanation ever offered. John's government behaved for years as if the question simply didn't exist, and the silence itself became the loudest evidence. But one account, from the annals of Margam Abbey in Wales, a monastery with close ties to a man who was in John's inner circle in exactly these years, and hold on to that connection, states flatly what it claims happened. On the 3rd of April, 1203, the Thursday before Easter, after dinner, King John, drunk and possessed by the devil, killed Arthur with his own hand, tied a heavy stone to the body, and threw it into the Seine. The account goes on. The corpse was later dragged up in a fisherman's net, recognized, and buried secretly, out of fear of the tyrant at the priory of Bec. A 16-year-old boy murdered by his uncle's own hand at a drunken Easter dinner and sunk in a river like a sack of kittens. Is the Margam account true in every detail? No one can prove it word for word. Other versions circulated too, including one where Arthur died struggling as he was murdered by an agent, and King Philip of France made the accusation of murder against John a matter of international law, summoning him to answer for it and stripping him of his French fiefs when he refused to appear. What's beyond argument is this. Arthur entered John's custody healthy, vanished, and John never even attempted an explanation. Contemporaries drew the conclusion you would draw. Brittany rose in fury. Normandy's barons started going over to Philip, and within 18 months John had lost Normandy itself, the heart of his family's empire. Gone, in significant part because nobody wanted to fight for a man they believed had murdered his own nephew. The fall of Normandy contains one episode of mass civilian death that belongs in this video, and John's share in it is the share of the man who watched. The key to the duchy was Chateau Gaillard, Richard the Lionheart's colossal fortress above the Seine, his beloved saucy castle, built in 2 years at ruinous cost, considered impregnable. Philip besieged it in the autumn of 1203, and the Castellan, Roger de Lacy, preparing for a long defense, expelled the useless mouths. The medieval term, and it means exactly what it sounds like. The civilians, the townsfolk who had fled inside the walls, everyone who ate food and couldn't fight. The first groups the French allowed through their lines. Then Philip's commanders decided that letting refugees out only lengthened the siege and closed the cordon. And the last expulsion, hundreds of people, old men, women, children, came out of the castle gates and found the French lines shut against them and the castle gates barred behind them. They were trapped in the rocky ravine below the walls, in winter, between two armies, belonging to no one. They stayed there for months. The chronicler William the Breton, who was present in the French camp, describes them scraping the hillside for anything. Grass, roots, the dogs thrown down from the castle, and records horrors from that ravine I'll hand over exactly as he sets them down. A chicken that strayed within reach being fought over like treasure, and a newborn, delivered by one of the starving women in the open ravine, that the famished around her did not allow to live as a child ought. An account so dreadful the chronicler himself flinches at it. When Philip finally visited the siege and saw what was in the ravine, he ordered the survivors fed and released, after which, the record says, some of the rescued died anyway from eating too suddenly. And John was in England throughout, and the chronicles passed down his response to the news that Normandy's great fortress was starving under siege, no relief army, no urgency, and a line attributed to him that his barons never forgave. Let be, let be. Whatever the French take now, I will retake in a day. Chateau Gaillard fell in March 1204. He never retook anything. His grandmother's duchy, his father's empire, and the several hundred people in the ravine all went into the ledger of things King John let be. Now, about that Margam Abbey connection, because this is where the story finds its next victims. The abbey's patron was a great marcher baron named William de Breos, lord of vast lands along the Welsh border, and in 1202 and 03 he was one of John's closest companions. He was there at Mirabeau. He was Arthur's captor at one point. And if any man outside the room knew exactly what had happened at Rouen that Easter, it was William de Breos. For years afterward, John showered the Breos family with lands and favour, and you can view that generosity however you like, reward for loyalty, or the maintenance payments on a terrible secret. Then, around 1208, the relationship curdled. Historians point to enormous unpaid debts the family owed the crown, and to John's growing paranoia about everyone from those years. And the king moved against the Breoses, demanding their sons as hostages for good behaviour. Hostage-taking was standard practice, ugly but normal. And when the royal officers arrived at the Breos household to collect the children, the lady of the house, Maud de Breos, said something in front of witnesses that sealed the fate of her whole family. She would not, she said, hand her sons to a king who had murdered his own nephew. Out loud, to the king's men, the one thing in the entire kingdom that could never be said. John's pursuit of the family after that was total. William de Breos was stripped of everything and hunted. He fled, disguised, one account says dressed as a beggar, and died in exile in France in 1211. Maud and her eldest son, another William, ran for Ireland, were hunted across it, tried to escape by sea to Scotland, and were captured. And then John did the thing that, more than any battle he lost or tax he raised, defined him for his own barons forever. Maud de Braoz and her adult son were imprisoned, the strongest tradition says at Corfe Castle, the same fortress where the Mirbeau prisoners had already been starved, though some accounts say Windsor, and the door was shut, and no food came, deliberately, not as neglect, as method. The chroniclers who record what was found when the cell was finally opened after 11 days pass on a detail so appalling I'll simply give it to you as they gave it. Maud was found dead, slumped against her son's body, and her son's cheeks bore the marks of her teeth. She had, in the extremity of starvation, tried to survive on the flesh of her own dead child. That is the account medieval England told itself about how the mother died. A noblewoman, a baron's wife, guilty of one sentence spoken aloud, starved to death by royal command in the dark with her son. England's baronage never forgot it. Starving a noblewoman to death without charge, without trial, without judgment of any court, purely by the king's will, told every magnate in the kingdom that the same could be done to any of them, to their wives, to their sons, whenever John pleased. And when, 7 years later, the barons cornered John at Runnymede and forced Magna Carta on him, they wrote a clause that historians have connected to Maud de Braoz ever since. Clause 39. No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or outlawed or exiled or destroyed in any way, except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. 8 centuries of due process, habeas corpus. The presumption that the state cannot simply disappear you into a cell. One of the taproots of all of it is a starved woman at Corfe. Her death purchased something enormous, and she was never asked whether she wanted to make the purchase. While we're at Corfe, one more prisoner, and this one holds a record nobody wants. The longest political imprisonment in English history. Arthur of Brittany had an older sister, Eleanor, called the Fair Maid of Brittany, the Pearl of Brittany, and she was captured at Mirabeau on the same morning as her brother, in 1202. She was about 18, beautiful by every account, and after Arthur vanished at Rouen, she became, by strict blood right, the single most dangerous person alive to John and afterward to John's son, the true heir of the senior line, whose claim to the English crown outranked theirs. So she never came out. No charge, no trial, no sentence, just custody, at Corfe and Bristol and a rotation of other castles for the rest of her natural life. 39 years. John kept her, and when John died, his son Henry III, the king of Magna Carta reissues, the pious builder of Westminster Abbey, kept her too, decade after decade, because the arithmetic of her blood never changed. The records show she was maintained honorably, even generously. Robes of good cloth, wine, an allowance, servants, occasional supervised outings. A velvet oubliette. She was never married, obviously. Her sons would have been rival kings. Never free, never accused of anything, and she died in custody in 1241, in her mid-50s, having spent 2/3 of her life as the prisoner of two kings whose crown she technically outranked. Her brother got a murder. Eleanor got the slow version, administered with excellent table linen, and of the two fates I'm honestly not certain which one I'd choose. And since the Brao's ruin began, remember, as a debt collection matter, one scrap from the government's own files deserves its moment, because you can still make out the smirk on it. The royal financial records of the reign, the pipe rolls, the exchequer's accounts, dry as dust and therefore incorruptible, track William de Braos's colossal debts to the crown year after year, and alongside the formal entries, the administrative record of this reign preserves flashes of the king's own voice. Jokes scribbled into the machinery of state, little archly worded notes about who owed what and what might befall them. One famous entry from these years records a payment offered to the king of 200 chickens so that a certain baron's wife might lie with her own husband again. The fine and the transaction entered in the royal accounts like grain receipts. A government that invoiced its cruelty kept the receipts and giggled in the margins. When people tell you the monastic chroniclers invented John's character, the pipe rolls are always available for a second opinion, and John wasn't finished with hostages. In 1212, Wales rose against him under Llywelyn ap Iorwerth, Llywelyn the Great, and John held from earlier submissions a collection of hostages from the noble families of Wales. Boys, sons of Welsh chieftains, some as young as 12, held at Nottingham Castle as guarantees of their father's good behaviour. When word of the revolt reached John at Nottingham, he ordered every one of them hanged. 28 boys, by the most commonly repeated count. The accounts describe them being taken up onto the walls of Nottingham Castle, one after another, and hanged in a row, children's bodies strung along the ramparts, and one version preserves the sound of it. The crying of the boys ringing around the castle as one by one they were taken up. Sons of noblemen, 12, 13, 14 years old, executed in a batch for their father's rebellion, while the king sat at dinner below. Even by the standards of a brutal age, killing child hostages en masse was a line most rulers would not cross. Precisely because everyone gave hostages and the whole system depended on them usually surviving. John crossed it in an afternoon and, as far as the record shows, never lost a night's sleep. One more killing belongs in this catalogue, smaller in scale, and it tells you something about the pettiness that ran alongside the cruelty. Around 1212, a hermit in Yorkshire named Peter of Wakefield, a simple, locally famous holy man, began prophesying that by the next Ascension Day, John would no longer be king. The prophecy spread everywhere, as prophecies about hated kings do. John had Peter arrested and held and waited for Ascension Day of 1213, and when the day came and went and he was still king, John took his revenge on the old man for the crime of a prophecy that hadn't come true. Peter of Wakefield was tied to a horse's tail and dragged from Corfe. Corfe again. The whole reign keeps circling back to that castle, to the town of Wareham, and there he was hanged. And his son was hanged beside him, a man whose sole recorded offence was being the son of a hermit who had guessed wrong about a date. The chroniclers add a sour little coda. Many people muttered that the prophecy had actually come true, because in that very season John, to escape the Pope's wrath, had surrendered his kingdom to the papacy and received it back as a vassal. So in a legal sense he had indeed ceased to be a sovereign king by Ascension Day. Peter, on this accounting, was dragged to death behind a horse for being right. Some texture on those interdict years, because the backdrop matters for everything else in this reign. From 1208 to 1214, 6 years. England lived under a papal interdict, imposed because John refused to accept the Pope's candidate as Archbishop of Canterbury. In practice, the church is locked. No Mass, anywhere, for anyone. The bells, which structured every hour of medieval life, silent for 6 years. No church weddings, no burials in consecrated ground, so the dead of 6 years, plague dead, accident dead, children, went into ditches, fields and roadside pits, unblessed, while their families were told the suspension of God's machinery was their king's doing. Into that atmosphere of cosmic dread, John introduced a revenue policy. Since the clergy wouldn't work, he confiscated church property wholesale and made the priesthood buy its own goods back, and one of his sharper jokes from these years survives. His men seized the mistresses and housekeepers of priests all over England, and the priests, celibate in theory only, had to ransom their women back from the crown at a price. He made a fortune. He reportedly found it hilarious. 6 years of a kingdom's dead lying in ditches, monetized, with jokes. The monks who wrote his reputation afterward had watched all of that from inside locked churches, and when I tell you their pens dripped venom, remember what the venom had been steeping in. The dungeon deaths keep coming once you start counting them, and a couple more deserve their moment, because they show the same imagination at work on different classes of victim. During the interdict years, a royal official named Geoffrey, an archdeacon of Norwich in the usual telling, a man in the king's financial service, remarked aloud, after the Pope excommunicated John, that clergymen perhaps ought not to keep serving an excommunicate king, and left his post at the exchequer. Word travelled. Geoffrey was arrested, thrown into prison in chains, and then, in the version Roger of Wendover made famous, John's men dressed him for his final days in a garment suited to his station, a great ecclesiastical cope, the ceremonial cloak of a churchman. Except this one was cast from solid metal, an immense crushing weight of it locked over his body. Wrapped in that, starved, pinned under the mass of his own mocking vestment, Geoffrey died slowly in his cell. A priest's cloak, rendered in metal, used as an instrument of execution, whoever designed that punishment, and the chroniclers had no doubt who, was making a theological joke, and the punchline took days to arrive. Historians quibble over which Geoffrey this actually was, and how embroidered the cope has become in the telling. Nobody doubts that a Geoffrey in royal service went into John's prison over those words, and never came out. Money extracted through pain was practically a department of state under this king, and the most famous single example concerns a wealthy Jewish moneylender of Bristol. In 1210, John levied an enormous tallage, a compulsory levy, on the Jews of England, backed by mass arrests, and this one man refused to pay the staggering sum demanded of him, 10,000 marks. So John, the story in the Chronicles runs, ordered a simple procedure. One of the man's molars was to be pulled out every day until he paid. Day 1, a tooth. Day 2, another. No rack, no fire, just a royal dentist and a calendar. The man held out. You have to wonder at what that week was like. For 7 days, 7 teeth, and on the 8th day, gums ruined and face swollen, he paid. The chronicler who tells it practically shrugs. The king got his money. English Jews had no protector except the crown, and under John the protector had become the extortionist, squeezing a small, legally defenseless community with a violence that would echo forward through the century. His son's reign would see worse, and before the century ended, England would expel its Jews entirely. The Bristol tooth story is one small, precisely dated window into how casually this king monetized agony. And one more count in the indictment, harder to document case by case, mattered enormously to the men who eventually cornered him at Runnymede, their wives and daughters. The chroniclers accuse John of forcing himself on the women of his own baronage. The wives and daughters of the magnates, women whose husbands and fathers were expected to smile at court while it happened. 2 of the fiercest rebel commanders of 1215 carried exactly this grievance in the tradition. Eustace de Vesci, who claimed the king had attempted his wife. One tale, too good to omit, says de Vesci smuggled a common woman into the royal bed in his wife's place, and John boasted to his face the next day about the night he'd had with the baron's lady, and Robert Fitzwalter, who proclaimed that John had tried to force his daughter. Modern historians treat some individual stories cautiously, since accusing a tyrant of lechery was standard medieval polemic. And the pattern of the accusation, from the mouths of the very men who took up arms, tells you what his own nobility believed about him. That no oath bound him, no dungeon needed a trial, and no woman in the kingdom was out of his reach. The last 3 years of the reign compress a lot of ruin into a short space. Magna Carta, sealed in June 1215, lasted about 10 weeks before John got the Pope to annul it and went to war with his own barons. The war was fought with a viciousness the chronicles dwell on. John's mercenary captains, hired routiers from the continent, harried rebel lands with burning and torture. Roger of Wendover catalogues men hung up by their thumbs and by their genitals, salt and vinegar in wounds, prisoners roasted, ransoms extracted by pain. And while Wendover inflates, the pattern of mercenary terror is well attested. The winter campaign of 1215 into 16 took this machine north, through the rebel heartlands of Yorkshire and up to the Scottish border, and the chronicles track it by the smoke. Town after town burned, the countryside stripped, the king's foreign soldiers wintering on plunder, and at Berwick, taken in January, the accounts describe the sack descending into torture of the townsfolk for their hidden money. And one detail from that stop has followed John ever since, that when the army moved on, the king personally set fire to the house in which he had lodged, torching his own night's shelter with his own hand as a parting gesture. His hosts presumably learned the great lesson of the reign a little late. Proximity to this king was itself the hazard. The barons, desperate, invited Prince Louis of France to come and take the crown, and by 1216 a French army was in London, and John was reduced to marching in circles around his own dissolving kingdom. The end, when it came, arrived with a strange, almost folkloric shape that generations of English storytellers have relished. In October 1216, John was moving through eastern England, and his route crossed the Wash, the great tidal estuary between Norfolk and Lincolnshire, miles of sands and channels that drown under the incoming sea twice a day. His baggage train, taking a short route across the sands, misjudged the tide, or the guides did, and the sea came in, and the wagons went down into the quicksand and the water. The chronicles say John lost his treasure in the Wash, his portable wealth, plate, coin, jewels, and by long tradition, the crown jewels themselves, the regalia of England, swallowed by the mud. The inventories of what he had been carting around give the loss its glitter. The coronation regalia, and among the listed treasures of the royal collection in these years, the regalia his grandmother, the Empress Matilda, had brought back from Germany, the ornaments of an empire, and even the records note with a completely straight face, a sword said to be the sword of Tristram, the Arthurian hero. Somewhere under the silt of a Lincolnshire estuary, if the tradition holds, lies the sword of a knight of the Round Table, sunk with the baggage of the worst king England ever had. Treasure hunters still poke around those fields today. Nothing has ever been found. John himself, watching from safe ground, was already sick. Dysentery, contracted days earlier at King's Lynn, and the popular account adds that he made himself catastrophically worse that same week with a gluttonous supper, the famous surfeit of peaches and new cider at Swineshead Abbey. Fresh fruit and fermenting cider poured into a gut already tearing itself apart with dysentery. He rode on in agony, carried the last stretch on a litter, and reached Newark Castle, where, during the night of the 18th to 19th of October 1216, as a gale howled, the chroniclers make sure we know about the storm, King John died, aged about 49, having lost his empire, his treasure, his barons, half his kingdom to a French prince, and finally his life to his own bowels. He had time, in those last days at Newark, to dictate a short will. It survives, barely a page, the oldest surviving will of an English king, naming executors and commending his body to the Church of Worcester and the protection of St. Wulfstan. And there's something almost poignant in the brevity. A man who had spent a lifetime clutching everything, reduced at the end to a paragraph and a saint's mercy. Matthew Paris and his brother monks wrote the death up as the unmistakable judgment of God, and given how the monks felt about him, you can practically hear the pen dancing. He left a 9-year-old son, Henry, crowned in haste with a simple circlet of gold. The real crown, remember, was somewhere under the Wash. And by one of history's straight-faced jokes, the boy's regents immediately reissued Magna Carta, the document John had died fighting, as the rallying cry to save his son's throne. It worked. The charter John had signed under duress, repudiated within weeks, and gone to war to destroy, became immortal specifically because he died at exactly the right moment of dysentery and peaches. Arthur got no grave anyone can visit. Maud de Brio's got no trial. The 28 boys of Nottingham got no names in most of the records, just a number and the sound of crying from the walls. John got a tomb in Worcester Cathedral, where he lies to this day dressed in monk's robes, placed on him, the story goes, in the hope of sneaking him past the devil, beneath a carved effigy that happens to be the oldest royal effigy in all of England. The first English king whose face you can still stand beside and study, and it had to be this one. History does enjoy its casting choices. 2.5 centuries after John died at Newark, in a very different world, the world of the Italian Renaissance, of Leonardo and Botticelli, of silk and perspective painting and beautiful poisonous little courts. A duke ruled Milan, who managed to horrify even that world, and that world took a great deal of horrifying. Renaissance Italy assassinated its princes as a matter of civic routine, poisoned its cardinals, drowned its inconvenient relatives in the Tiber, and still found this particular duke worth whispering about from Venice to Naples. And when the professionals of an industry single you out, the distinction means something. His name was Galeazzo Maria Sforza, and his story runs on a contradiction so extreme it almost feels designed. The man kept one of the most magnificent musical chapels in all of Europe, imported the finest Flemish composers alive, dressed his court in cloth of gold, and, according to the chronicles of his own city, once punished a poacher by forcing the man to swallow an entire hare, the whole animal, fur, ears, everything, until he choked to death on it. Some background on the family, quickly, because the Sforzas were new money in the most literal sense. Galeazzo's grandfather had been a peasant farmer who ran off to become a soldier. His father, Francesco Sforza, was a condottiero, a mercenary general, one of the best in Italy, who fought for the Duke of Milan, married the Duke's only daughter, Bianca Maria Visconti. And then, when the old Duke died without a male heir, and Milan briefly tried being a republic, besieged the city, starved it into surrender, and made himself Duke in 1450. So Galeazzo, born on the 24th of January 1444 in Fermo, grew up as the heir of a self-made warlord, with the ancient, glamorous and famously cruel blood of the Visconti on his mother's side, a family whose earlier dukes had, among other entertainments, allegedly fed prisoners to their dogs. People at the time genuinely discussed heredity when they discussed Galeazzo. Contemporaries noticed that the Visconti streak had come through and skipped the discipline of his father entirely, because his father Francesco was, by mercenary standards, a restrained and even admired ruler, and his mother Bianca Maria was one of the most respected women in Italy, capable, charitable, adored by the Milanese. Galeazzo was their firstborn, raised with a humanist education, taught music and letters, shown off to visiting dignitaries as a prodigy. And the reports about him started going wrong early. Even as a young man on campaign in France, observers noted an arrogance and a taste for self-display that embarrassed his handlers. In March 1466, his father died, and Galeazzo, aged 22, raced back from France through hostile territory in disguise to claim the duchy. His mother served as co-regent at first. Within 2 years he had shoved her out of power entirely, and Bianca Maria died in October 1468, and rumours circulated in Italy, recorded by the chroniclers and never resolved in either direction, that her own son had poisoned her, his own mother, the most beloved woman in Milan. Whether or not the whisper was fair, the fact that all of Italy found the accusation instantly believable about this particular 24-year-old tells you the reputation he had already built. Now, our sources. The essential chronicler here is Bernardino Corio, a Milanese who actually served at Galeazzo's court as a young man, appointed to it in fact by the Duke himself, and later wrote the great history of Milan. So this account comes from inside the palace. Alongside Corio, we have humanist writers, diplomatic dispatches from the ambassadors of Venice, Florence, and Mantua, who reported Milanese gossip home in cipher, and later historians like Machiavelli, who discusses Galeazzo's murder at length. A necessary caution, and then I'll get out of the way of the stories. Corio wrote after the Duke was safely dead. Some of the worst tales lack independent confirmation, and Renaissance Italy loved atrocity gossip about princes, the way tabloids love celebrity scandal. Modern biographers, notably Gregory Lubkin, who wrote the major study of this court, tend to see a real and well-documented core of cruelty, wrapped in a layer of embellishment nobody can now peel apart precisely. With that said, the stories themselves, as Milan told them. The poacher and the hare you've already heard. A man caught hunting on the Duke's lands, and Galeazzo's sentence was that he should have the hare he'd taken, all of it, forced down his throat, skin and fur included, and the man died choking on the animal. A priest, in another account, made the mistake of predicting that the Duke's reign would be short. Galeazzo had him imprisoned and gave orders that he was to receive no food, and the priest starved to death in his cell, a punishment with a certain hideous wit to it, if you're the sort of person who finds wit in starving priests, since the man had prophesied a short reign and was granted a short everything. Another man, in the tellings that circulated, was nailed into his coffin while still alive and buried that way. A court official named Pietro Drago, accused over some involvement with a woman the Duke considered his, reportedly had his hands cut off before being killed. And running through all the individual horrors, the chronicles describe a general practice that disturbed contemporaries even more than the set-piece executions. Galeazzo liked to watch. Accounts speak of him devising torments personally, attending them, taking evident pleasure in the mechanics of pain, pulling apart men's bodies with his own hands, in the most extreme version of the charge. The Victorian historian Mandel Creighton, surveying all of it centuries later, wrote that Galeazzo showed a superfluity of naughtiness. A deliberately mild Victorian phrase wrapped around the observation that this duke broke every restraint in gratifying his appetites and punishing anyone he suspected, and the appetites were the other half of the indictment. Corio and the diplomatic correspondence describe a duke who treated the women of Milan as inventory, noble women, wives and daughters of his own courtiers, and, in the versions that scandalized even Renaissance readers, nuns, consecrated women taken from their convents. When he tired of a conquest, the accounts say, he would pass the woman along to a courtier or boast of her publicly, and the husbands and fathers, being his subjects and valuing their necks, swallowed it. One of the 3 men who eventually killed him, remember this, believed the Duke had dishonored his sister. In a city of perhaps 100,000 people, ruled from a fortress by a man with absolute power and no self-control whatsoever, everyone of rank lived within reach of that appetite, and the fear it generated was itself a form of government. None of this, and here's what makes Galeazzo so disorienting, made him a failure as a duke in the conventional sense. Milan under Galeazzo was rich. He continued his father's public works, promoted agriculture. He's credited with helping introduce rice cultivation to the region, and rice is still the signature crop of the Lombard plain, so every plate of risotto owes a strange little debt here. And above everything else, the music. Galeazzo built, deliberately and at staggering expense, the finest musical establishment in Europe, poaching the greatest Franco-Flemish singers and composers of the age, Loisette Compère, Gaspar van Veerbeker, Alexander Agricola, Johannes Martini, until his chapel held around 40 of the best musicians alive, and historians of music treat his Milan as one of the birthplaces of the high Renaissance style. The Duke, who starved priests, employed 30 singers to perform sacred polyphony of transcendent beauty at his court every day. Both things were fully, simultaneously true, and the people who sang the motets knew exactly what their patron did in his dungeons. He also cultivated magnificence itself as a policy. Cloth of gold, hunts with hundreds of retainers, a court portrait program, ceremonial visits to Florence conducted with such extravagance that even the Medici blinked. The Florence trip of 1471 became legend in its own right. The Duke arrived with a travelling city, 2,000 horses by the counts that circulated, hounds and falcons and hawks, his duchess, his singers, his jesters, mule trains under embroidered cloth, courtiers dressed to a standard that made the Republic's bankers look like their own clerks. And Florence, no modest town, talked about the visit for a generation, and not entirely kindly. Machiavelli later wrote sourly that the Milanese court's parade of luxury helped corrupt the sober manners of his city. One duke's vacation, blamed in print for softening Florence, and he understood display in death as well as life, ordering that the great hall fresco cycles show him in majesty. What he never understood, or never bothered to fear, was how much silent hatred all of it was banking up, year after year, in a city that remembered being a republic. Daily life near this duke had a particular texture that the ambassador's dispatches preserve better than any single atrocity story. Galeazzo was moody, extravagant, and unpredictable in a way that made proximity to him a form of gambling. He dragged his court out on winter hunts in brutal weather because the hunt pleased him, indifferent to the frost-bitten retainers. He demanded flattery and punished honesty. He humiliated servants and nobles in public for sport, and then showered them with gifts the following week, so that no one could ever calibrate where they stood. He had married, for reasons of state, Bona of Savoy, sister-in-law of the King of France, a capable, good-natured woman he ignored. And in his last years he became so besotted with a young mistress, Lucia Marliani, that he bought her from her husband, ennobled her, showered her with property worth a fortune, and made his passion for her a public institution of the court, while his duchess looked on. None of it was secret. Everything at this court happened in front of everyone, the cruelty and the appetite and the spending alike, because Galeazzo seems never once to have believed that being watched carried any risk for a Duke of Milan. His father had known better. His father had been shot at by crowds and had climbed to power over a starving city, and had governed afterward with care. The son inherited the fortress and none of the caution, and in a city where every prominent family had a humiliation to remember, caution was the only wall that mattered. His ambitions ran, naturally, upward. Galeazzo spent years angling for a royal title, a crown of Lombardy, negotiated for through the Holy Roman Emperor, that would convert the upstart Sforza duchy into a kingdom and its duke into a king. And the negotiations, ruinously expensive and ultimately fruitless, tell you where his head lived, not in governing what he had, in gilding it. His own brothers he treated as threats on retainer, keeping the ambitious ones. Ludovico, called Il Moro for his dark colouring, and Sforza Maria, on short financial leashes, under watch, close enough to control and far enough from anything that mattered. And the brothers repaid the suspicion by being exactly as dangerous as he suspected, though he wouldn't live to see the proof. Even the glorious music chapel ran on his particular style of acquisition. His agents scoured Europe with instructions that survive in the archives. Letters dispatched to England, to Flanders, to the chapels of rival princes, with orders to find the best voices alive and simply outbid whoever held them. And when the King of Naples complained that Milan was poaching his singers, Galeazzo kept poaching. He assembled beauty the way he assembled everything, as a raid. 3 men decided to do something about it. And their story is one of the strangest assassination plots of the entire Renaissance, because it was, in part, a homework assignment. In Milan lived a humanist teacher named Cola Montano, who lectured young noblemen on the Roman classics, on Brutus and Cassius, on the ancient doctrine that killing a tyrant was the noblest act a citizen could perform. One of his students was Gerolamo Olgiati, in his early 20s, idealistic, marinated in Livy and Sallust, who came to believe with complete sincerity that liberating Milan from its tyrant would write his name in eternity beside the tyrannicides of Rome. Around him gathered Giovanni Andrea Lampugnani, an ambitious courtier nursing a bitter grievance over a land dispute the Duke had settled against his family, and Carlo Visconti, who carried the rage of a brother, his sister, he believed, ruined by the Duke. Idealism, property, and honor. 3 motives, 3 daggers. Through the autumn of 1476 they prepared, and here's a detail that tells you how seriously they took it. They practiced. They rehearsed the assassination with the sheathed daggers, working out the choreography of exactly who would strike where. They chose the feast of Saint Stephen, the 26th of December, 1476, because on that day the Duke would attend Mass at the church of Santo Stefano, and in a church his bodyguard would be spread thin among the crowd. Galeazzo almost didn't come. The accounts of that morning are thick with omens the chroniclers gathered afterward. The Duke felt a strange reluctance, put on and took off his armoured vest because it made him look fat, asked for his children to be brought to him and held them. Then he rode to Santo Stefano anyway, entered the packed church, and walked into the crowd wearing no armour at all. Lampugnani approached first, kneeling before the Duke as if to present a petition, sweeping off his cap in reverence. Then he rose out of the bow with the dagger already moving and drove it into Galeazzo's groin and belly. Olgiati and Visconti closed in from the sides and struck for the chest, the throat, the back. The sources count somewhere around 14 wounds delivered in seconds, in front of the altar, in front of the entire congregation, on one of the holiest feast days of the year. Galeazzo Maria Sforza got out, by the accounts, 3 words: "Sono morto," I am dead, and collapsed on the church floor, and he was correct. He was 32 years old, master of one of the richest states in Europe, and it had taken about as long as it takes to say a Hail Mary. Then the plan, such as it was, disintegrated, because the conspirators had prepared everything except what came next. They had imagined the crowd rising with cries of liberty, Milan remembering its republic, the people carrying them through the streets. The crowd, instead, screamed and stampeded. Lampugnani, trying to escape through the panicking congregation, tripped. The tradition says his feet tangled in the skirts of women kneeling in the church or in the hangings, and a Moorish groom of the Duke's household ran him through on the spot. What Milan then did to Lampugnani's corpse answers, better than any argument, the question of whether the city was waiting to rise for its liberators. The body was given to the mob, dragged through the streets of Milan for days, mutilated, hung upside down, and finally, the detail the chronicles insist on, his right hand, the hand that had struck the first blow, was cut off and nailed up on a column in public view. Schoolboys, one account says, finished the corpse's journey by tearing what remained apart, and the very last of it, by the grimmest tradition, was thrown to the pigs. A Milanese patrician, ending as pig feed in his own city for killing a duke his own city hated. Crowds are not syllogisms, and anyone planning a tyrannicide should study this one first. Cola Montano, the humanist teacher whose lectures on Brutus had lit the fuse, had prudently left Milan before the daggers came out, which spared him the pincers. For a while, he drifted through Italy, trading in exactly the merchandise that had destroyed his students, and a few years later, tangled in a fresh conspiracy against a different set of princes, he was caught by the Florentines and hanged. A man who taught tyrannicide for a living, outliving his students by 6 years and joining them anyway. The syllabus, as ever, was safer than the fieldwork. Visconti and Olgiati hid. Both were found within days. Both died atrociously. The sentence for assassinating a prince was designed to take time, and the accounts describe them being torn with red-hot pincers and cut apart while still living, their bodies quartered and the pieces displayed at the gates of the city, their severed heads hoisted onto the bell tower where they reportedly stayed for years. And Olgiati, the student of the classics, gave the scene its immortal line. Under torture he recanted nothing, insisting the deed was righteous, and on the scaffold, as the executioner stood over him, one version says the man botched or drew out the killing, and Olgiati spoke through it. He steadied himself with a sentence in Latin that has echoed ever since. Mors acerba, fama perpetua. Stabit vetus, memoria facti. Death is bitter, but fame is everlasting. The memory of the deed will endure. He was 23 or thereabouts. He had killed his tyrant, exactly as the ancient books instructed, and Milan had not risen, and the Republic had not returned. And he went to his dismemberment quoting Rome anyway. He was right about the memory, at least. The murder in Santo Stefano became one of the most discussed political killings of the age. Machiavelli analyzed it in his discourses as a case study in why conspiracies fail. And 2 years later in Florence, the Pazzi conspirators attacked Lorenzo de' Medici at Mass in a cathedral, in a plot that borrowed its staging directly from Milan. And the court Galeazzo had gilded went on gathering genius without him. Within a few years of the murder, a young Florentine wrote to Ludovico il Moro, offering his services as a military engineer who could also, he mentioned near the bottom of the letter, paint a bit. And Leonardo da Vinci spent nearly 2 decades in the Milan that Galeazzo's money and Galeazzo's musicians had made glitter, painting the Last Supper for the regime of the brother of the man knifed at Mass. Renaissance splendor never asked too many questions about the plumbing underneath. As for the duchy, it passed to Galeazzo's 7-year-old son, with the boy's mother as regent, and then into the hands of Galeazzo's brother Ludovico il Moro, who elbowed the child aside. And Ludovico's scheming to keep his stolen duchy eventually helped invite the French armies into Italy in 1494, beginning the wars that wrecked the independence of the Italian states for centuries. 1 church, 3 daggers, 14 wounds, and the dominoes fall all the way to the ruin of Renaissance Italy. The Duke himself, for all his lifelong obsession with magnificence, went into the ground with striking quietness. Buried in the Duomo of Milan, without the monument a man of his vanity must have imagined for himself, the funeral pomp curtailed by a regency government with emptier coffers and better uses for fear than for marble. He had planned his image in fresco and cloth of gold down to the last thread, and the city gave him, in the end, roughly the send-off of a mid-ranking canon. 2 postscripts from the widow's side of the story, and they're both extraordinary. Bona of Savoy, the wife Galeazzo had ignored, sat down in her grief. And grief it apparently was, whatever he'd been to her, and wrote to the Pope, because her husband had died unshriven, cut down mid-mass with every sin unconfessed, and his soul, by the theology of the day, stood in the gravest possible danger. And to obtain the Church's mercy for him, the Duchess had to tell the Church what needed forgiving. The letter survives in substance, and it may be the most damning character reference ever composed by a loving spouse. She petitions absolution for her husband's soul in consideration of his unjust wars, his plunder and extortions, his neglect of justice, his vengeances, his impositions on his subjects, and his sins of the flesh, with married women and with virgins, the widow specifies, itemizing a wife's formal inventory of her husband's damnation, notarized and sent to Rome, because loving him and knowing exactly what he was turned out to be the same task. And the regency she then took up for her small son rested on the shoulders of the old chancellor Chico Simonetta, the meticulous, loyal secretary who had run the machinery of the duchy for 2 Sforza dukes. And Chico, watching the dead duke's brothers circle the widow and the child, gave Bona a warning that belongs in an anthology of political prophecy. If she admitted Ludovico il Moro back into Milan, he told her, the outcome was fixed. Most illustrious Duchess, I shall lose my head, and you, in time, will lose the state. She admitted Ludovico. In 1480, they beheaded Chico at Pavia, precisely as invoiced, and in time, every word of the old man's sentence coming due, Bona lost the state, and her son, when he grew up in his uncle's custody, died young and conveniently, with the rumors around his death pointing exactly where you'd expect. The house Galeazzo, terrorized into obedience, spent the generation after him eating itself, and the appetite, you could argue, was the one true family heirloom. Galeazzo's tomb got him remembered as a patron of music. The chronicles got him remembered for the hair. Milan, quietly, never mourned. Milan's assassins quoted ancient Rome as they died. The next story comes from a world where the books were only just beginning. Kievan Rus, at the start of the 11th century, a young state on the rivers between the Baltic and the Black Sea, Christian for barely a generation. And it centers on a prince whose name has carried a curse attached to it for 1,000 years. Sviatopolk of Kiev. In the Russian and Ukrainian tradition, he is Sviatopolk Okayanny, Sviatopolk the Accursed, the Damned, and he holds a distinction almost no other ruler in this video can claim. The men he is accused of murdering became saints. The very first saints, in fact, that the Rus ever canonized, his brothers. Everything begins with his birth, and even his birth is a horror story. His father, officially, was Vladimir the Great, the prince who converted Rus to Christianity in 988 and got a sainthood of his own for it. But before the conversion, before the piety, Vladimir had been a pagan warlord who took Kiev from his own brother Yaropolk by treachery. Yaropolk was lured to negotiations and cut down by 2 Varangian mercenaries as he walked through a doorway, run through with swords under his brother's roof. And Yaropolk left behind a widow, a Greek woman, a former nun, seized originally from a monastery for her beauty. And she was pregnant, or was soon made so, because Vladimir took his murdered brother's wife for himself. The child she bore was Sviatopolk, so nobody then or now has ever been entirely sure whose son he was, the murdered brothers or the murderers. The Chronicle settles the matter with theology instead of biology, declaring that his mother had been a nun, his origin was sin twice over, and, in a line the monks clearly polished, from a sinful root comes evil fruit. He was, in other words, cursed in the womb, and Vladimir, the Chronicle adds, never loved him. Among the dozen or so sons Vladimir fathered on his many wives, Sviatopolk grew up as the one whose paternity was a question and whose place was an afterthought. You may notice this is the third ruler tonight who started life as the unloved child in a poisonous family. Draw your own conclusions about medieval parenting. A word on the source, because with Sviatopolk, the source question isn't a footnote, it's practically the whole story. Nearly everything comes from the primary chronicle, the tale of bygone years, compiled by monks in Kiev about a century after the events, and from saints' lives written about his alleged victims. And every one of those texts was produced under the descendants of Yaroslav. The brother who fought Sviatopolk beat him and took Kiev. History written by the winner's grandchildren in a monastery the winner's family endowed, about saints the winner's family promoted. Somewhere underneath sits a Norse saga, Eymund's saga, preserved in Iceland, which tells the same war from the point of view of Varangian mercenaries. And in the saga, the mercenaries work for Yaroslav, and it is Yaroslav who quietly hires them to eliminate a rival brother. Some modern historians take that saga very seriously indeed, and I'll come back to it. First, the story as the Rus told it for a millennium, because as pure dark narrative it has few equals. Vladimir the Great died on the 15th of July 1015 at his residence outside Kiev, while preparing, the chronicle notes, for war against one of his own sons. His death was concealed at first. The body was wrapped in a carpet and lowered from the palace through a gap in the floorboards at night, spirited to the church quietly, because everyone understood what the announcement would unleash. A dozen sons, spread across a dozen towns, and no succession rule worth the name. Sviatopolk was the eldest surviving one, and he was right there. He had been imprisoned by his father in Kiev, actually, over an earlier plot hatched with his father-in-law, the Polish king Bolesław the Brave. And the moment Vladimir stopped breathing, Sviatopolk moved. He seized the capital, summoned the men of Kiev and, the chronicle says, opened the treasury and began handing out gifts, buying the city, cloak by cloak and coin by coin. But the people's hearts, the monks write, were with Boris. Boris was one of the younger and most beloved of Vladimir's sons. His mother was said to be a Byzantine princess, giving him the most prestigious blood of all the brothers. And at the moment of the old prince's death, Boris was away commanding his father's own army, thousands of warriors, on a campaign against the steppe nomads. Consider the position, the popular prince, at the head of the entire military strength of Kiev, learning that his father is dead and a half-loved usurper sits in the capital. His retinue saw it instantly and told him plainly, "March on Kiev. The army is yours, the throne is yours for the reaching." And Boris refused. The chronicle gives him a speech that became one of the founding moral documents of Russian Christianity. He would not raise his hand against his elder brother. With his father dead, the elder brother stood in a father's place. The army, hearing this, hearing in effect that their commander declined to be a prince, shrugged and melted away home. And Boris remained by the river Alta with only his personal servants, defenseless by choice, praying. He apparently understood exactly what he had chosen. The texts have him weeping through the Psalms at his evening prayers, thinking of the martyrs who accepted death rather than sin. Sviatopolk, in the chronicles telling, had made a show of brotherhood, sending Boris messages of peace, promising to increase his lands. And in the same nights he went to the town of Vyshgorod and gathered a group of boyars, whose commander was a man named Pucha, and asked whether they were loyal to him with their whole hearts. They were. Then, he said, and the chronicle preserves the instruction in all its plainness, "Go and kill my brother Boris." They came to the altar by night, late in July of 1015, and crept close to Boris's tent, and stopped, because they could hear him. He was singing. The murderers stood outside in the dark listening to the young man chant matins, the psalms, a canon, a final prayer in which, the hagiography insists, he asked God to forgive what was about to happen. Then he lay down. Then they charged the tent with spears, stabbing straight through the fabric into the man inside, thrusting again and again through the cloth into his body. Boris's favorite servant, a young Hungarian named George, threw himself across his master to shield him, and the spears drove through the boy and into the prince beneath. One body pinned over the other, and the killers, discovering that George wore a golden torque around his neck, a gift from Boris, and being unable to work the clasp quickly, cut the boy's head off to get the necklace. That detail, the severed head for the sake of jewelry, sits in the middle of the sacred texts like a shard of glass. Later tradition says George's head could never be matched to his body for burial. Boris was still alive. They wrapped him, some texts say in the tent cloth itself, threw him onto a cart, and set off toward Kiev with the dying prince jolting along inside like baggage. Word ran ahead to Sviatopolk that his brother yet breathed, and the response was 2 Varangians, professional Norse mercenaries, sent out on the road to finish it. One of them drove a sword through Boris's heart. The body was smuggled to the church of St. Basil at Vyshgorod and quietly buried. He was somewhere around 25 years old, and he had gone to it, as the texts insist over and over, like a lamb, knowing, willing, unresisting. One brother down, and the chronicle gives Sviatopolk a line of pure villain's logic for what came next. I have killed Boris. How can I now stop? Because the murder only had value if the other dangerous brothers followed, and the most dangerous, after Boris, was Boris's full sibling, Gleb, the younger of the two, a boy still, holding the distant town of Murom on the Volga. Killing Gleb required getting him within reach, and Sviatopolk did it with a lie of magnificent cruelty. He sent messengers to Murom saying, "Come quickly, your father is very ill and calls for you," the father who was already weeks in his grave, and Gleb, a dutiful son racing to a deathbed that didn't exist, set off at speed with a tiny escort, down the Volga, where his horse stumbled in a ditch and injured his leg, an omen the texts record, and on by boat towards Smolensk. On the river Smiadin, near Smolensk, a message reached him from another brother, Yaroslav, in Novgorod, warning him, "Do not go on, our father is dead, and Boris has been murdered by Sviatopolk." The texts describe the boy weeping in his boat, lamenting his brother, praying when the ships of Sviatopolk's men came into view on the water. Gleb's escort could have fought. The boy, echoing Boris, completing the pattern the hagiographers built the whole cult on, forbade it, and the killers, commanded by a man named Galeazzo, swarmed aboard. And then came the touch that made this murder, even more than Boris's, unbearable to the medieval imagination. Galeazzo did not stain his own sword. He turned to Gleb's own household and ordered the prince's cook, his personal cook, a man named Torchin, to do it, and the cook took his kitchen knife and cut his young master's throat with it, the way the chronicle supplies the image itself. One slaughters a lamb, a child prince lured across half a country by a forged message from a dead father, killed in a boat by his own servant with the knife that had prepared his meals. They didn't even bury him. The body was dumped on the riverbank between two logs and left in the wilderness, and it lay there, the tradition says, for years. Hunters and passing herdsmen reported strange lights and burning candles at a spot on the empty shore, until, after the war, Yaroslav's men went searching, found the body whole and incorrupt, and brought Gleb to lie beside Boris at Vyshgorod. A third brother followed, less famously. Sviatoslav, who held the land of the Derevlians, saw what was happening and did the sensible thing the other two had refused to do. He ran, making for the Hungarian border and the safety of the mountains. Sviatopolk's men caught him in the Carpathians and killed him there, on the road, mid-flight. No hagiography, no cult, barely a sentence in the chronicle. Sensible men, it turns out, get forgotten. The brothers who knelt and waited became the twin patron saints of the whole Rus land. Boris and Gleb were canonized within decades, the first native saints of Rus, honored as Strastoterptsi, passion bearers, a category the Rus church essentially built around them. Saints who were not martyrs for the faith exactly, since their killer was a fellow Christian, but who accepted violent death without resistance in imitation of Christ. Their cult became enormous. Churches across Russia and Ukraine carry their names to this day, and princes swore oaths on their relics, and every candle lit to them for 1,000 years has also been a small renewal of the verdict on their brother. The shrine at Vyshgorod became the beating heart of it. When the brothers' bodies were gathered there, Boris from his quiet grave, Gleb retrieved after years on his riverbank, the tradition insists that both were found incorrupt, sweet-smelling, untouched by decay, and the miracle stories began accumulating at once. The blind healed at the tomb, the lame walking, a pillar of fire, and the singing of angels reported over Gleb's abandoned body in the wilderness before anyone even knew where he lay. Princes of the dynasty made pilgrimage there before campaigns. Treaties were sworn over the relics, on the logic that no one would dare perjure himself in front of two murdered innocents. And the brothers began appearing in visions at the edges of battles, armored and mounted, fighting for the Rus. The murdered pacifists conscripted, with no apparent sense of irony, as war saints. 3 of the greatest churches of early Rus rose over or for their relics. The dynasty made the tombs a family institution. Twice, in 1072 and again in 1115, the assembled princes of the ruling house, grandsons and great-grandsons of Yaroslav, men otherwise busy fighting each other, gathered at Vyshgorod for the solemn translation of the relics into new churches. carrying the coffins on their own shoulders through crowds so thick, the accounts say, that the procession could barely move, and both dates entered the calendar as feasts. Princes who would cheerfully blind a cousin on Tuesday spent Thursday shouldering the coffin of a murdered ancestor as an act of family piety, and nobody at the time found the combination strange. An entire nation's idea of holy suffering, the specifically Russian veneration of the meek victim who accepts the knife rather than raise one, traces back through the centuries to those two tombs, and every bit of that radiance needed its shadow. And the shadow had a name, and the name was Sviatopolk. Sviatopolk had Kiev, and 3 brothers were dead, and the reckoning came from the north. Yaroslav, Prince of Novgorod, later called Yaroslav the Wise, the great lawgiver of Rus, though nobody was calling him wise yet, mobilized against him with Novgorodian troops and hired Varangian axes. The war ran nearly 4 years and swung wildly. The first great clash came at Lyubech on the Dnieper around 1016, and the primary chronicle stages it like a folk tale, complete with dialogue. The armies sat on opposite banks for weeks, neither daring the crossing, until Sviatopolk's field commander, a voivode, the chronicle names Wolf's Tail, and I refuse to hurry past a general named Wolf's Tail, took to riding the riverbank and bellowing insults across the water at the Novgorodians. And the insult the chronicle preserves is wonderfully specific. Why did you come here with that cripple of yours? Yaroslav was lame, an old injury, and his enemies never let him forget it. You carpenters, we'll set you to building our houses. Novgorod was a city of woodwrights and traders, and carpenter from a southern warrior aristocrat meant something like, you're not soldiers, you're tradesmen, and when we've beaten you, we'll use you as labor. The Novgorodians heard it across the water day after day, and the chronicle says they finally went to Yaroslav and demanded the crossing themselves, adding, northern temper fully documented, that any man who refused to cross would be killed by his own comrades. They went over the river at night and pushed their boats off from the bank behind them so that no man could change his mind, and tied kerchiefs around their heads so they'd know friend from enemy in the dark. Sviatopolk had camped carelessly between 2 lakes, with his Pecheneg allies cut off from him by the water, and he was, the chronicle can't resist recording, drinking with his retinue when the attack came out of the night. Pinned against the frozen lakes, his men were forced out onto the new ice, and the ice gave way beneath the weight of armored men, and the army of Kiev's prince drowned in its armor in the dark water while the carpenters watched from the shore. Sviatopolk fled west to his father-in-law, Bolesław of Poland, and returned in 1018 with a Polish army that smashed Yaroslav on the river Bug and took Kiev right back. In between, in 1017, Kiev itself got a taste of what the family war cost the people who merely lived there. The Pechenegs, steppe horsemen whom Sviatopolk had courted as allies, came against the city while Yaroslav held it, and the fighting reached the walls and the fire reached the churches, and the chronicle records the burning in the city as the nomads pressed the assault before being thrown back. The capital of Rus torched in passing as one brother's hired steppe cavalry tried to batter it loose from the other brother. Nobody canonized the ordinary Kievans who burned. The sainthoods in this story were reserved for princes, Bolesław's entry into Kiev generated a legend that Poland, charmingly, has never let go of. As the Polish king rode through the golden gate of the conquered city, the story runs, he drew his sword and struck the gate a ringing blow, and the blade took a notch, and that notched sword, the starvations, the jagged sword, became the coronation blade of the kings of Poland, and a sword bearing that name and that story sits in the royal castle at Krakow today, the only surviving piece of the Polish crown jewels. Historians will tell you correctly that the chronology creaks, the surviving sword is centuries younger, and Kiev's Golden Gate hadn't even been built yet in 1018. Nobody in Krakow has ever much cared. Every nation keeps a relic or two whose story is better than its paperwork. At which point the Polish king settled into the city and showed no inclination to leave, and the chronicle credits Sviatopolk with a solution of characteristic ugliness. Quiet orders went out, and Poles quartered around Kiev began being murdered in the night, until Bolesław took the hint and went home, looting the city's treasury and taking captives on his way. The Polish interlude left one more scar on the family, and the chronicle records it with a hard little glint. Among the people of Kiev when Bolesław took the city was Predslava, a daughter of Vladimir, Yaroslav's own sister, a princess who in the tradition had been the one to smuggle the warning north to Yaroslav that Boris was murdered. Bolesław, the accounts say, had once sought her hand and been refused. Now, with the city his, the aging Polish king took her, seized the princess who had turned him down, and carried her off among his spoils as a concubine when he went home, along with the treasury and the captives. A king's daughter, the sister of princes, hauled west in a baggage train as a trophy of her brother-in-law's alliance. Every ally Sviatopolk touched came away paid in someone else's flesh, and Sviatopolk had now burned that ally too. When Yaroslav came south again in 1019 with fresh Novgorodian forces, Sviatopolk could only raise the Pechenegs, the steppe nomads, the traditional enemy, and the final battle was fought, with a symmetry the chroniclers surely noticed and possibly arranged, on the river Alta, on the very ground where Boris had been speared through his tent 4 years earlier. The chronicle describes the Alta battle as the fiercest ever fought in Rus to that day. The armies clashing 3 times from dawn, the blood, it says, flowing in the valleys, until by evening Yaroslav held the field and Sviatopolk was running. The monks frame the whole day as scripture replayed. Yaroslav, before the fighting, praying on the very ground of the murder. The blood of my brother cries out to you, Lord, as the blood of Abel, and asking that Sviatopolk receive the portion of Cain. The chronicle calls Sviatopolk a second Cain outright, and a second Lamech, and the comparison is doing precise theological work. Cain killed one brother and was marked and made a wanderer on the earth. This man had killed 3, so his wandering, when it began that evening, came supplied with a biblical itinerary 1,000 years old. And then the monks, with their villain finally beaten, gave him an ending that belongs more to a horror story than a history, and they clearly meant it to. Sviatopolk, fleeing west, fell apart, body and mind together. A weakness, the chronicle says, came upon him so that he could not sit a horse and was carried on a stretcher. and a terror came with it, a conviction that hunters were forever just behind him, so that he kept crying out to his bearers, "They are chasing us, they are chasing us, flee!" when the road behind stood empty. His men would stop, nothing, and the wasted man on the litter would scream to keep moving. Carried like that, in mounting madness, he was hauled across Poland to a wilderness the chronicle calls the desert place between the Poles and the Czechs, a nowhere, a border void between kingdoms, and in that nowhere he died, of nothing anyone could name beyond the rot of his own guilt made flesh. And the chronicle closes the account with one of the most chilling sentences in medieval literature. His grave, it says, is in that wilderness to this day, and from it issues an evil stench. Not content with damning the man, the monks damned the very ground, an anti-shrine, a tomb that stinks, set against the sweet incorruption of the brothers at Vyshgorod, so the moral geography would be legible even to your nose. That's the canonical account, told for 1,000 years. And now, the saga, Aemond's saga, written down in Iceland, follows a company of Norse mercenaries who take service in Rus in exactly these years, and they serve Yaroslav. In the saga, Yaroslav is at war with a rival brother, whose name is rendered Burislav, and after several rounds of fighting, the mercenary captain Aemond puts a quiet question to his employer, something to the effect of, "Shall this go on, or shall the matter be ended?" And Yaroslav answers in words that would echo in any political backroom in any century. He will neither urge the deed nor blame it if done. The Norsemen ride out, and the saga, being a saga, lingers lovingly on the tradecraft. Aemond and his men scout the rival prince's camp, note where the great tent stands, and work through the night. By one telling, they bend down a young tree and lash it to the tent's structure, rig the ropes, and at the chosen moment cut the tension so the tree springs upright and rips the tent open to the sky, spilling the sleeping court into the open. And in the chaos they kill Burislav, cut off his head, and bring it back to Yaroslav, whose reaction the saga records with Icelandic dryness. He colours and orders a decent burial. Burislav, Borislav. A number of historians have pointed at that name for over a century and asked the obvious, terrible question. What if the brother the Varangians beheaded for Yaroslav was Boris himself? What if the wrong brother was accursed, and the actual author of the family slaughter is the one lying in a marble sarcophagus in St. Sophia in Kiev, under the name Yaroslav the Wise, the sainted lawgiver whose monks then wrote the only surviving version of events? The chronicle, after all, took shape under Yaroslav's dynasty. The saints' cult of Boris and Gleb was that dynasty's project, and the man every candle condemns left no text, no monastery, no grandchildren to argue for him, only a grave in the wilderness that the winners said you could smell. I won't pretend the saga settles anything. Sagas garble names and telescope events constantly, and plenty of scholars defend the traditional account. But sit for a second with the possibility, even just as a possibility, that a millennium of curses landed on the loser for the winner's crime. Somewhere between the singing in the tent on the altar and the cook's knife on the smiadin, The truth of 1015 is buried past all digging, and both brothers are dust, and only the story survived. And the story was never neutral. From a stinking grave in a Polish wilderness, we come at last to the name you've been waiting for. And if you've been listening this whole way through, folding laundry, driving somewhere dark, lying there with your eyes closed, this is the stretch to settle in for, because everything so far has been, in a sense, the warm-up act. 5 rulers in, and the worst massacre we've covered was committed by a mob, the worst betrayal in a tent, the worst death by accident. The man we're about to meet made horror a matter of state policy, applied it with the diligence of a tax office, and documented some of it himself. He signed his letters Vladislaus Dragulia. The Turks called him Kazaklu Voivoda, the Impaler Lord. The Germans printed pamphlets about him with woodcuts on the cover showing a man dining at a table set in the middle of a forest of corpses on stakes. Romanians call him Vlad Țepeș, and many of them to this day call him a hero. And in 1897, an Irish theatre manager named Bram Stoker, hunting through a library for a name with the right sound, found his patronymic in an old travel book, liked the footnote saying it meant devil in Wallachian, and gave it to a vampire. The footnote, as it happens, was half right in the most fertile possible way. Drac in Romanian carried both senses at once, dragon and devil, so the son of the dragon and the son of the devil were, in his own language, the same 2 words. A pun his enemies noticed and exploited within his own lifetime, centuries before an Irishman made it permanent. Vlad III, Dracula, voivode of Wallachia. And here's the genuinely uncomfortable thing about this section. With the previous rulers, I've had to warn you that hostile chroniclers exaggerated. With Vlad, the atrocity stories come from German sources, Ottoman sources, Byzantine sources, Hungarian sources, papal correspondence, and Vlad's own letters. And while the numbers inflate wildly depending on who's counting, the method, the stake, is confirmed from every direction at once, including by the man himself. Start with the world that made him, because Wallachia in the 1400s explains a great deal. A small Romanian principality squeezed between the Kingdom of Hungary to the north and the expanding Ottoman Empire to the south, with the Danube as its exposed southern edge. Every voivode of Wallachia ruled by balancing those 2 giants while fending off his own boyars, the great landowning nobles who made and unmade princes constantly. The average reign in this period was measured in a couple of years. The average princely death was violent. Vlad's father, Vlad II, had been inducted by the Holy Roman Emperor into a chivalric society called the Order of the Dragon. Sworn to fight the Ottomans, Dracul, the dragon, became his name, and Dracula, son of the dragon, his sons. The son was born around 1431, probably in the Transylvanian town of Sighișoara, where the house still stands and now, inevitably, contains a themed restaurant. The childhood breaks in 1442 when the Ottoman Sultan, doubting Dracul's loyalty, summoned him and took security for his good behavior in the empire's customary coin, sons. Vlad, around 11, and his little brother Radu, around 7, were handed over as hostages and held for years in Ottoman fortresses in Anatolia. The tradition around this captivity is thick and hard to verify in its details. That the boys were educated alongside the future Mehmed the Conqueror, that Vlad was defiant and beaten for it, that he had ample opportunity to observe Ottoman methods of execution, impalement featuring prominently among them. What's documented is the shape of it. Years as a child prisoner whose life depended day to day on his father's obedience, knowing that a single wrong move by Dracul meant death or blinding for the sons. Radu adapted. He grew up handsome, converted in loyalty if not formally, became a favorite of Mehmed's court and eventually his instrument. Vlad did not adapt. And while the boys sat in Anatolia, the news arrived that made adaptation permanently irrelevant. In 1447, the boyars of Wallachia, in league with the Hungarian regent John Hunyadi, rose against their father. Vlad Dracul was hunted down and killed in the marshes near Baltani, and the elder brother, Mircea, the brother left at home, fell into the hands of the boyars and the townsmen of Targovishte, who put out his eyes with hot iron stakes and buried him alive. When Vlad eventually came home and, years later, dug up the grave, one account says he did exactly that, exhumed his brother. The body's position confirmed the burial had been done while Mircea still breathed. Keep that image. Vlad clearly did. His first reign, in 1448, installed by the Ottomans while Hunyadi was busy losing a battle, lasted about 2 months before he was chased out. 8 years of exile and maneuvering later, years spent, remarkably, partly under the protection of Hunyadi, his father's destroyer, because Balkan politics made everyone's enemy everyone's ally eventually. Vlad came back in 1456, killed the incumbent voivode reportedly in single combat, and took the throne of Wallachia for the second time. He was about 25, and this time he set about making sure the fate of his father and brother could never be repeated, by a method Wallachia would never forget. The boyars went first. These were the men, some of the very same individuals, many of the same families, who had betrayed his father to his death and buried his brother alive. The account preserved in the later Wallachian chronicle, backed by the German stories, describes a feast, generally placed at Easter in Targovishte, to which Vlad invited the great boyars and their wives and their grown children, perhaps 200 souls in their festival best. Dinner was served, and at some point, the Russian version of the tale has him asking the guests pleasantly how many voivodes each of them had personally seen reign in Wallachia, and even the youngest men present could count 7, which was itself the indictment. You have outlived 7 princes, so you have betrayed 7 princes. Then the doors opened and the soldiers came in. The old boyars were taken outside and impaled around the city immediately in their feast clothes. The younger ones, with their wives and children, were spared the stake and given something slower. They were marched north, on foot, some 50 miles into the mountains, to the ruined fortress of Poenari on a crag above the Argesh River, and put to work rebuilding it, hauling stone and brick up a near vertical mountainside, day after day, without relief, until, in the words the pamphlets use, their fine Easter clothing fell off their bodies in rags, and they worked on naked, and worked until they died. The nobility of Wallachia, dressed for a party, ending as slave labor dying on a rock. The fortress they built still clings to that crag today. You can climb 1,480 steps to reach it. However many of the details grew in the telling, the underlying policy is visible in the documents. The old boyar families abruptly vanish from Vlad's charters in these years, replaced by new men, small men, men who owed everything to him, precisely what you'd see if the story were substantially true. The stake requires explanation, and I apologize in advance, but you clicked on this video and the method sits at the center of everything this man was. Impalement, as practiced in this corner of the world, existed in versions, and Vlad's reputation rests partly on the claim that he used the slowest. The quick version drove the stake through the torso, through the chest or the back, sometimes through the navel, and death came in minutes or hours. The version the sources dwell on inserted the stake, often deliberately blunted and oiled, into the lower body, longitudinally, and the victim's own weight did the work, the body sliding down the shaft over hours or days, the rounded point pushing organs aside rather than piercing them, sometimes emerging at the shoulder or the mouth while the victim still lived. The stake was then raised upright and planted, and the dying were arranged. And this arrangement is attested again and again in patterns, rings around towns, avenues along roads, geometric arrays with the height of your stake reflecting your rank, nobles on the tall stakes so the hierarchy stayed visible even in death. The German pamphlets add mothers impaled with their infants on the same stake, and babies fastened to their mothers' chests. And I give you those details from the sources with the reminder that these particular sources were printed to sell, and horror sold in the 1480s exactly as it sells now. What no source disputes, because Ottoman chroniclers who admired military ruthlessness confirm it as readily as German printers who wanted a monster, is the field, the masses of dead, the smell that armies commented on. His victims in the accounts ranged far beyond the boyars. The Saxon merchant towns of Transylvania, Brasov, Sibiu, and their satellites, German-speaking trading cities just over the mountains, sheltered rival claimants to his throne and defied his trade regulations. And Vlad's response across 1457 to 1460 was to cross the passes and harrow them. Villages burned, captives marched back to Wallachia and impaled by the hundred, and, in the most famous of all the woodcut scenes, the merchants of Brasov impaled en masse on a hill beside the chapel of St. James, while Vlad dined at a table set among the stakes. The pamphlets add that he dipped his bread in the blood of the dying, a detail that did as much as anything to hand Bram Stoker a vampire 4 centuries later. One story from these campaigns follows a nobleman, some versions say a visiting envoy, dining with the prince amid the corpses, who made the mistake of holding his nose against the stench. Vlad, all courtesy, asked why. The man admitted the smell troubled him. So the prince had a stake prepared taller than all the others, 3 times the height, the tale insists, and had the fastidious guest impaled on it high above the field, so that, as Vlad is made to explain, the noble gentleman might dine where the odour could not reach him. The Saxons printed that story across Europe. Notice, though, what kind of story it is. Perfect, symmetrical, a moral engine with a punchline. The pamphlets are full of these. The tale of the 2 visiting monks is the connoisseur's favourite, because it survives in mirror versions. 2 wandering friars come to the prince's court, and Vlad, gesturing at the stakes visible from his windows, asks each in private what men say of him, and what they themselves think of what they see. One monk chooses flattery. A prince is appointed by God, the punished surely deserved it, may your reign be long. The other chooses truth, you are a tyrant, the world says so, and the innocent on your stakes cry out against you. And here the traditions split with perfect ideological symmetry. In the German telling, the honest monk goes onto a stake for his honesty, one more martyr to the madman. In the Russian telling, it's the flatterer who is impaled for lying to his prince's face, while the truth-teller is rewarded and sent home with gifts, because the Russian Vlad, terrible as God's weather, cannot abide a liar. Same court, same stakes, same 2 monks, and which one dies depends entirely on which empire's scribes are holding the pen. I told you at the start of this video to always check who's holding the pen. Alongside the monks stands the golden cup left at a fountain in a public square that no one in all Wallachia dared steal for years, because everyone knew exactly what theft cost under this prince. The Russian version of the stories, compiled at the Moscow court, tells many of the same episodes as the German version, with the moral polarity reversed. Where the Germans saw a bloodthirsty madman, the Russians saw a terrifying but righteous sovereign whose cruelty guaranteed perfect order. A portrait some historians think was studied with real interest in the Kremlin of Ivan the Terrible. Same corpses, opposite sermons. A few more of the tales because the range of them matters. This reputation was built out of dozens of stories, not 2 or 3, and the ones nearest to home cut deepest. The German stories tell of a mistress of Vlad's who, sensing his mood darkening toward her, tried to please him with happy news and announced that she was carrying his child. Vlad had the midwives examine her. The pregnancy was a lie, and the pamphlets say he cut her open with his own hand from the groin upward, opening her body while she lived, saying he wished to see where his child was lying. Another tale has him meeting a peasant in the fields whose shirt was ragged and too short, and asking the man whether he had a wife. The man did. And Vlad reasoned that a wife with a healthy, hard-working husband and flax in the house, who still sent him out in a shameful shirt, was a thief of her husband's labour, and had the woman impaled, and stood a new wife before the widower, and the tale finishes with a line of pitch-black comedy. The new wife worked so hard, she never dared rest, because the stake with the first wife on it was visible from the house. Rivals for the throne fared no better than wives. A claimant named Dan, of the rival princely line, invaded from Transylvania in 1460 with Saxon backing and was defeated and captured, and the accounts describe Vlad's arrangement of his end. Dan was made to dig his own grave, and then to stand beside it while priests in full vestments chanted the funeral service for the living man, the whole orthodox rite of burial performed over a breathing listener. And when the service for his own death was complete, he was beheaded into the hole he had dug. And the campaign against Brasov that same year has a date attached in the sources that no one who grew up on later European history can hear without a shiver. The raid fell on St. Bartholomew's Day, the 24th of August, when Vlad's men burned the suburbs of the city and marched the captives away, and the pamphlets show us where those captives ended. On the hill by the chapel, on the stakes, at the famous dinner. An entire town's outskirts converted into that dining room's decoration in a single feast day morning. And since we're deep in the pamphlet literature, you should hear how far its outer edge goes, clearly labeled as the outer edge. The German prince charged that children were roasted and their own mothers compelled to eat them, that men were forced to eat their comrades, that women's breasts were cut away and their husbands made to swallow what was cut. Atrocity propaganda has a grammar, and forced cannibalism of loved ones is one of its oldest verbs. You'll find the same charge leveled at a dozen figures across a dozen centuries. So historians handle these particular items with very long tongs. The pamphlets also spend a line on a wandering monk whose donkey brayed at the wrong moment near the prince, and both monk and donkey ended on stakes, side by side, and something about the donkey, the sheer administrative completeness of impaling the donkey, has made that one immortal. The story that disturbs me most personally, for whatever that's worth, involves neither boyars nor merchants. Several versions, German and Romanian both, describe Vlad summoning the poor of the land, the beggars, the crippled, the sick, the old, the vagrants, to a great hall, in some tellings at Targovishte, for a feast in their honor. They came in their hundreds. They were fed richly, given wine, and when the eating was done, the prince appeared and asked them a question that must have sounded, for one warm moment, like mercy. Would you like to be free of all care, to want for nothing in this world? Whatever they answered, the texts have them saying, "Yes, Lord." The doors were barred from the outside, and the hall was set on fire, and everyone inside burned alive. And Vlad's recorded justification in the tale runs that he did it so that no one in his land should be poor, and so that the sick and the burdensome should trouble no one, least of all themselves, poverty abolished by abolishing the poor. The episode may be a fable. It appears in the story collections rather than in any administrative record, and it has the shape of a parable someone built to illustrate a tyrant's logic. It has also never once, in 5.5 centuries, stopped being repeated, because whether or not that fire burned, everyone who hears the story recognizes the reasoning as horribly, humanly possible. Between the horrors, worth a breath. The ordinary business of ruling went on, and a few of its traces outlived everything. The oldest surviving document that mentions the city of Bucharest, today a capital of nearly 2 million people, is a charter issued by Vlad, dated the 20th of September 1459, from the fortress there. The founding paperwork of modern Romania's capital carries the Impaler's name at the bottom. He endowed monasteries, Snagov, on its lake island chief among them, fortified the Danube crossings, minted coin, adjudicated land disputes. The tales themselves, hostile as they are, keep circling back to the claim that ordinary crime effectively ceased in Wallachia during these years, the golden cup at the fountain again, because the penalty structure had exactly one rung. Merchants robbed on the roads of neighboring lands travelled safely in his. The peasantry, who had watched the boyars trade away the country for generations, noticed whose bodies were on the stakes and whose for once were not. None of that is offered to balance any scales. It's offered because the Romanian half of his reputation, the hero half, didn't come from nowhere. It came from people at the bottom of a lawless world looking at a terror that, for once, pointed mostly upward and outward. All of this, so far, was domestic. What made Vlad internationally famous, what got him celebrated in Rome and Buda while the pamphlets damned him, was what he did to the Ottoman Empire. By 1461, he had stopped paying the Sultan's tribute and stopped delivering the annual levy of Wallachian boys for the Janissary Corps. Mehmed II, the conqueror, the man who had taken Constantinople itself at 21, the most feared ruler on earth, sent envoys to summon this minor prince to account. The story of what happened to Ottoman envoys at Vlad's court appears in multiple traditions. Received in audience, they declined to remove their turbans, explaining it was the custom of their country to keep them on. Vlad replied that he wished only to strengthen so admirable a custom and had their turbans nailed to their skulls. The humanist historian Antonio Bonfini, writing at the Hungarian court, records it with the detail of 3 small nails apiece. Then came the trap at Giurgiu. A senior Ottoman commander, Hamza Pasha, was sent with 1,000 horsemen to seize Vlad by treachery at a border meeting. Vlad, forewarned or simply smarter, ambushed the ambushers, took the entire force, marched them home, and impaled every man of them, with Hamza Pasha, in strict observance of protocol, on the tallest stake of all, his rank honored to the last. Some accounts add that limbs were removed first, and before leaving the border, Vlad collected a bonus that shows you the other blade he carried, the one between his ears. He had grown up in Ottoman custody, remember, and spoke fluent Turkish, and knew the forms and passwords of Ottoman military correspondence from the inside. So he rode to the fortress of Giurgiu, the Ottoman strongpoint on the Danube that the ambush had been staged from, and had the gates hailed in perfect Turkish, with the captured credentials in the dark, by men in the right dress saying the right words. The garrison opened up for what it took to be its own side. Vlad's soldiers poured through, and Giurgiu was burned with everyone in it, and the frontier fortress that had planned his kidnapping ceased to exist, because its sentries never doubted that beautiful, unaccented Turkish. Everything the Sultan's court had done to a hostage child came back over the walls that night speaking the language they'd taught him. Then, in the winter of 1461 into 62, Vlad crossed the frozen Danube and did to the Ottoman side of the river what he had done to Transylvania, and we have his own accounting of it because he wrote it down. In a letter to the King of Hungary dated the 11th of February 1462, Vlad reports the destruction of the Danube ports and countryside from the river mouth westward, and gives a figure for the enemy dead of 23,884, Turks and Bulgarians both, and he specifies, with the precision of a man submitting an expense report, that the number excludes those burned in their homes, whose heads could not be presented to his officers for counting, heads, and by other accounts, noses, collected in sacks as receipts. A Venetian dispatch from that spring runs its own arithmetic in the same tens of thousands. Whatever the exact figure, the raid was a sensation. Church bells rang for him in Christendom, the Pope spoke his praises, and Mehmed the Conqueror assembled, in response, an army that contemporary estimates put at anywhere from 90,000 up toward 150,000 men, a force of the class that had taken Constantinople to erase Walachia's prince personally. Vlad could raise perhaps 30,000 at the outside, many of them peasants with scythes. What followed in the summer of 1462 was one of history's great asymmetric campaigns. Vlad burned his own country ahead of the invader, crops destroyed, wells poisoned, livestock driven off, whole populations moved into the mountains. So the Ottoman host advanced through a smoking vacancy in 100-degree heat, dying of thirst, harried at night. We have this campaign from inside the Ottoman column, incidentally, and from a witness with no reason to flatter anyone. Konstantin Mihailovich, a Serbian Christian conscripted into the Janissary Corps, marched into Wallachia that summer and lived to write his memoirs, and his account and the Ottoman chroniclers agree on the texture of the thing. A land emptied of everything with a pulse, wells fouled and choked, no forage, no shade, heat so ferocious that men's armor scorched their hands, and the nights worse than the days, because the nights belonged to Vlad. And to the terror of steel, the accounts add something that sounds like a page torn out of a much later century. Vlad, the reports say, sent his own sick into the enemy, men infected with plague and other contagion, dressed in Ottoman clothes, paid or promised reward, walking into the Sultan's camp to mingle and cough and die among the invaders. Weaponized disease, dispatched on foot in 1462. Whether the epidemic that duly broke out in the Ottoman camp owed more to Vlad's walking weapons, or to the ordinary filth of 100,000 men in summer, the army experienced it as one more curse from a land that seemed to be fighting them by itself. Ottoman chroniclers describe the fear in the camp, the Sultan ordering the army entrenched behind stakes every evening. And on the night of the 16th to 17th of June, 1462, Vlad attempted the single most audacious act of his life. With thousands of riders, some accounts say disguised in Ottoman dress, he broke into the Sultan's own camp in the dark, cutting toward Mehmed's personal tent to kill the conqueror in his bed. Chaos, torches, a camp of 100,000 men fighting itself in the dark. The attackers reportedly hit the wrong cluster of grand tents, butchering their way through the pavilions of 2 viziers, while the Sultan's guard rallied, and by dawn, Vlad was gone back into the forests, leaving the greatest army on earth badly shaken, but its master alive. Konstantin Mihailovich, our Serbian janissary, was in that camp that night, and his memoir preserves the view from ground level, the Wallachians bursting in the dark, the killing of men and horses and camels in the panic, and, the detail only an insider would confess, the army striking blindly at itself, janissaries cutting down their own comrades in the torchlit confusion, because in the dark every rider was Vlad. He records the camp's fear plainly, the greatest military machine on earth spending its nights afraid of one man in its own country of shadows. Ottoman sources and Christian sources disagree predictably about the casualties and about who should be more embarrassed. A persistent tradition adds that Vlad had prepared the strike personally, that in the days before he had gone into the Ottoman camp himself, disguised as a Turk, wandering the tent lanes and counting, mapping the ground his horsemen would kill across, and given what we know about his Turkish and his nerve, the tradition has never lacked believers. And while he was throwing everything at the Sultan's tent, a knife was entering his back from the one direction he hadn't guarded. Stephen of Moldavia, Stephen the Great, as history would come to call him, one of the towering figures of Romanian history, was Vlad's first cousin and owed him personally. Vlad had sheltered him in exile and helped put him on the Moldavian throne in 1457. That June, with Vlad locked in his death struggle against the Ottomans, cousin Stephen chose the moment to march on the fortress of Chilia, a Danube stronghold Vlad held, forcing Vlad to peel away part of his tiny army to hold the door against his own kinsmen. Politics explains it. Stephen wanted Chilia for Moldavia and reckoned coldly about which giant to appease. And family, in this video, has been the nearest battlefield since Castile, so perhaps by the seventh ruler, we shouldn't even blink. Days later, Mehmed reached the Wallachian capital, Târgoviște, and found it open, empty, silent, and on the approach to the city, the army walked into the thing this entire video has been building toward. The Byzantine historian Andronikos Chalkokondylos, writing within living memory, describes it as best anyone could, a field of stakes. His account gives a span of 17 stades by 7, call it roughly 3 kilometers by 1, planted with the impaled bodies of the Ottoman prisoners taken over the previous months, the men of Hamza Pasha among them, and not only men. The accounts include women and children among the staked dead. Chalkokondyles' figure is 20,000 bodies. The corpses had been there for weeks and months in the summer heat. The modern recalculations of this scene, and I'll come back to those, note what he also notes. Birds. Carrion birds had built nests inside the hollowed rib cages and skulls of the dead, generations of crows raising chicks in the chest cavities of impaled men, an ecosystem established in the atrocity. And through this forest, the forest of the impaled, as it has been called ever since, the largest army in the world advanced in total silence. The accounts add that the army met the field with its face covered. The stench of months of summer decay reached the column long before the stakes came into view, and men marched the last stretch with cloaks pressed over their mouths and noses. Tens of thousands of veterans of siege and massacre, gagging their way toward the capital through air their enemy had poisoned with his own subjects and theirs. The Sultan, the man who had mounted the walls of Constantinople through the smoke, is described as seized with amazement, saying that a man who did such things and governed so would be worthy of greater things, that one could not deprive of his country a man who did such marvelous deeds. Words hovering somewhere between horror and professional admiration. Then Mehmed the Conqueror ordered the camp ditched and staked for the night, against a beaten enemy, and shortly thereafter turned the main army around and went home, leaving the war to proxies. Historians argue to this day about the retreat, supply failure, plague in the camp, the strategic pointlessness of occupying an ash heap all played their part alongside the psychological blow. What nobody argues about is that the Sultan who had ended the Roman Empire looked at what Vlad had made and declined to continue the acquaintance in person. The proxy Mehmed left behind was Radu, the beautiful brother, the hostage who had adapted, with a cause of janissaries and a simple message for the surviving boyars of Wallachia. Your prince impales you, mine won't, and the tribute is negotiable. It worked in months. The boyars flowed to Radu. Vlad, abandoned, fell back on Poenari, the fortress his enemies had died building. And the local legend, cherished in Romania, says that as the Ottomans closed in, his wife or mistress threw herself from the tower into the Argeș rather than be taken, declaring she would sooner rot in the river than be led captive, and a stretch of the water is called the Ladies' River to this day. Vlad himself escaped over the mountains to Hungary, to his ally King Matthias Corvinus, carrying the wreck of his cause, and Corvinus, who had pocketed a papal crusade subsidy he had no intention of spending on a crusade, promptly arrested him. The justification circulated to a startled Europe was a set of letters, allegedly intercepted, in which Vlad offered his services to the Sultan. A good many historians consider them forgeries commissioned to give Corvinus cover, and it can hardly be coincidence that the nastiest German stories about Vlad began circulating right around the time the Hungarian court needed him to look like a monster. He spent roughly 12 years in Hungarian custody, first as a prisoner, later as a well-kept curiosity. And from those years comes one of the strangest details in any source about any ruler. The report, passed along by a papal envoy, that Vlad in his captivity denied men, caught mice, and cut them to pieces, and fixed the pieces on tiny splinters of wood. Impaling mice. The detail is second-hand, hostile and unverifiable, and it has the ring of gossip, and it may also be the truest sentence anyone ever wrote about him. The captivity years produced one more legacy, and it travelled further than anyone in Buda could have guessed. Vlad became a sight, the famous monster of the Hungarian court, pointed out to ambassadors, discussed in dispatches, a caged legend whom visitors could observe at Visegrad, the way one observed the king's other exotic acquisitions. And among those who gathered the stories circulating about him was, some years on, a Russian envoy to the Hungarian court, Fedor Kuritzin, a serious, learned man, a diplomat of the Grand Prince of Moscow, who collected the tales and carried them home, where they were worked into the Russian tale of Dracula the Voivode. the version I mentioned earlier that retells the same horrors with the moral reversed. And the Russian tale adds its own theory of the man, a theologically flavored one, that Vlad's cruelty flowed from his abandonment of the true faith, the Orthodox prince who, to buy his freedom and his Hungarian bride, went over to the Latin Church, and in forsaking the light, the tale reasons, opened himself to the darkness. Romanian church tradition never quite forgave the conversion either. So by the 1480s, 3 separate literatures had already built 3 separate Vlads: the German monster, the Russian dark mirror of good kingship, the Romanian avenger, and the man was still alive for part of it, sitting in comfortable custody, watching Europe argue about which story he was. The vampire, when he finally arrived 4 centuries later, was merely the 4th draft. The last act was brief. Radu, the beautiful brother, had held the throne Mehmed gave him for over a decade, on and off, trading it back and forth with yet another claimant as Wallachian politics resumed its usual rhythm of revolving princes, and then died of disease, reportedly the slow rot of syphilis, at around 40, having outmaneuvered his terrifying brother by the simple strategy of being agreeable to everyone Vlad had horrified. Restored to favor, remarried into the Hungarian royal family. The price was conversion to Catholicism, a scandal to the Orthodox. Vlad was sent back in 1476 with Hungarian backing to take Wallachia a 3rd time. Vlad entered Bucharest and Târgoviște in November, was proclaimed voivoda once more, and was dead within weeks. Killed at the very end of 1476 or the first days of 1477 in a fight with Ottoman-backed forces near Bucharest. The accounts of the death scatter: cut down in battle, assassinated by a Turk who had infiltrated his camp posing as a servant, struck down in one bitter version by his own men who mistook him, some say by Wallachians who knew exactly who he was. One document gets us closer than any other, and it comes from the cousin who had betrayed him at Chilia, and then, in the final act, become his ally again. Stephen the Great wrote afterward that, knowing how little Wallachian loyalty could be trusted, he had left Vlad a bodyguard of 200 of his own Moldavians, picked men, sworn to the prince's person, and that when the ambush closed on Vlad, that guard died where it stood. Of the 200, Stephen reports, barely 10 cut their way out alive. 200 foreign soldiers were judged necessary to keep this man alive among his own subjects, and 200 were not enough. What the sources agree on is the aftermath, reported by the Milanese ambassador at Buda. The Ottomans cut the body to pieces, and the head was taken, preserved, the tradition insists, in honey for the journey, and carried to Constantinople and presented to Mehmed, who had it displayed on a stake above the city, set on a stake. Even his enemies, you'll notice, thought in his imagery by then. The body, headless, is traditionally said to lie at the island monastery of Snagov, near Bucharest. His own foundation, a walled church on a lake island reachable in his day only by boat. Exactly the sort of address a man with his enemies would choose for eternity. The tradition got its test in the 1930s when the archaeologist Dinu Rossetti excavated the tomb before the altar, the spot where 5 centuries of monks had pointed visitors, and found it empty of any prints, animal bones, ceramic scraps, no Dracula. A second grave nearby, by the church door, held a headless skeleton in the rotted remains of rich clothing, with fragments that suggested rank, and the romantic conclusion writes itself and has never been proven. So the man who filled so many graves has, as his own memorial, an officially empty one and an unclaimed candidate beside it, and the monks of Snagov, I'm told, remain diplomatically agnostic. He was about 45 years old, had ruled, across 3 reigns, a total of perhaps 7 years, and had made those 7 years echo for 550 more. 2 last things before we leave him, because they frame everything you've just heard. First, the numbers, the German pamphlets. And remember, these were among the very first bestsellers of the printing press era, running through edition after edition precisely because the horror moved product. Credit Vlad with a career total that later writers pushed to 80,000, even 100,000 dead, in a principality whose whole population was perhaps 500,000. Recent scholarship, building on the work of historians like Matei Kazaku and Peter Mario Kreuter, has gone through the claims episode by episode against the logistics, the size of the halls, the timber required, the manpower and execution detail actually has, and concludes that perhaps 8% or so of the pamphlet totals will bear weight. The forest at Targovishte closer to 16 or 1700 bodies than 20,000. The Boyar feast dozens rather than hundreds. 1,600 impaled human beings arranged as landscape architecture is, I'd suggest, entirely sufficient horror. And it says something about the pamphlet tradition that it felt the need to multiply it by 12. And second, the split reputation, because it never healed. In Romania, from the 19th century onward, Vlad was rebuilt as a national founding hero, the incorruptible defender against the Ottomans and the thieving nobles, the prince under whom a golden cup could sit untouched in a public square. Romania's national poet Eminescu summoned him in verse to come back and sort out the politicians, and that sentiment has never fully gone away. Meanwhile, the Saxon monster of the pamphlets sailed on through European print for 4 centuries until it washed up in that London library in front of Bram Stoker, who took nothing from the historical man except the name and the country and a whiff of blood, and accidentally made him the most famous Romanian who ever lived, in a costume he never wore. The tourism industry then completed the confusion with a flourish. The fortress sold to millions of visitors every year as Dracula's castle. Bran, that gorgeous fairy tale pile on its Transylvanian crag, has, historians keep pointing out to no effect whatsoever, only the thinnest connection to Vlad, who may have passed by it, may briefly have been held near it, and certainly never ruled from it. His actual castle, Poenari, the one his enemies died building, sits mostly ignored up its 1,480 steps. The wrong castle gets the crowds, the wrong story gets the fangs, and the real man's real fortress keeps its silence in the mountains, which he might, on reflection, have preferred. The real man needed no fangs. The real man had a woodpile and patience, and the crows nesting in the rib cages at Targovishte were not a metaphor for anything. One ruler remains, and I've saved him for last on purpose because his death is the one that people who hear this video will still be thinking about next week. His contemporaries called him Charles the Bad, Charles le Mauvais, and unlike most royal nicknames, this one was earned in his own lifetime and endorsed by essentially everyone who dealt with him. Charles II, King of Navarre, Count of Evreux, a man who betrayed literally every ally he ever had, arranged the assassination of the most powerful nobleman in France, poisoned by reputation and possibly by practice, and who died. I'm going to make you wait for it, because the 14th century made everyone wait for it, in a manner so appalling and so precisely fitted to his life that all of Europe treated the news as a message from God. He was born on the 10th of October, 1332, and his whole career grew out of a grievance about blood, specifically about the throne of France. His mother, Joan, was the only child of King Louis X of France. When Louis died, the French barons decided a woman could not inherit the crown, then extended the logic so her son couldn't inherit through her either, and the throne slid sideways twice until it landed in 1328 on the House of Valois, cousins of the old kings, while Joan, the last direct line of St. Louis, was bought off with the small Pyrenean kingdom of Navarre and some scattered lands in Normandy. Her son Charles grew up on the arithmetic of that swindle. By strict descent, he stood closer to the crown of France than the Valois king sitting on it, and closer than that other claimant across the Channel, Edward III of England, whose own claim through his mother had just started the war we now call the 100 Years' War. 3 men, 1 crown, and the one with arguably the best blood claim held the smallest kingdom. Charles was clever, genuinely, dazzlingly clever, a beautiful speaker, small and quick and charming, by every account one of the most persuasive men of his age. And he decided early that what the blood hadn't given him, treachery would. The French crown, wary of exactly that, tried the traditional solution, marry the grievance into the family. In 1352, Charles was wed to Joan of Valois, daughter of King Jean II of France, and the bride was 8 years old at the ceremony, a treaty in a small dress, promised along with a rich dowry that the perpetually broke French crown then, fatally, failed to pay on schedule. Keep the family chart in view as we go, because it turns everything that follows several shades darker. The King of France was Charles's father-in-law. The murders, the plots, the poisons aimed at the Dauphin and the crown of France across the next 30 years were aimed at his wife's father, his wife's brother, and his wife's nephew, one after another, by a man who sat at their table at every family occasion the century could impose. Joan herself, for the record, bore him a large brood of children and died in 1373, and history barely gets a sentence about her between her husband's schemes, so let this be the sentence. His entry into serious history comes in 1354, with a murder at an inn, and the murder tells you everything about his methods. The victim was Charles de la Cerda, also called Charles of Spain, a young nobleman of royal Castilian descent and the beloved favorite of the new French king, John II. And beloved is doing heavy work in that sentence. Jean showered Lacerda with offices and lands, made him Constable of France, the commander of all royal armies, and the intimacy between king and favourite was close enough that chroniclers hinted, and modern historians openly discuss, that they were lovers. Among the gifts Jean handed his favourite was the county of Angoulême, territory Charles of Navarre considered part of his family's stolen inheritance, compensation owed and never paid. At Christmas 1353, the two Charleses quarrelled publicly, and words were exchanged of the sort that 14th-century noblemen didn't forgive. Lacerda, secure in the king's love, is said to have treated the little king of Navarre with open contempt. Contempt was a serious tactical error. On the night of the 8th of January, 1354, Charles de Lacerda was sleeping at an inn called the Truy qui Fil, the spinning sow, wonderful name, in the small Norman town of L'Aigle, deep inside Navarre's family territory, with only a small escort. Before dawn, armed men surrounded the inn. They were commanded by Philip of Navarre, Charles's younger brother, and they included some of the leading Norman lords of the Navarrese party. This was a family operation, planned like one. The Constable of France, waking to the noise, understood instantly what had come for him. He tried to hide. The accounts have him found crouched behind or beneath the bed, the highest military officer of the French crown, dragged out from under a bed in his nightclothes. He fell to his knees. He begged. He clasped his hands and pleaded for his life, offered ransom, invoked the king. And Philip's men stabbed him to death on the floor of the inn, kneeling and begging as he died. And the detail that travelled all over Europe, the one every chronicle repeats with the same horrified precision, came from the men who examined the body afterward. 80 wounds. They counted more than 80 separate wounds. A murder needs perhaps 3. 80 is a message written on a body. This is what contempt buys, and this is what proximity to the King of Navarre's inheritance costs. Charles himself, note, wasn't in the room. He waited nearby at a grange, close enough to command, far enough to keep his own hands technically clean. And that arrangement, hands clean and will everywhere, was his signature for the rest of his life. And now the part that made him infamous, rather than merely violent. He didn't deny it. Practically before the blood dried, Charles was writing letters to the courts of Europe, to the Pope, to the King of Aragon, to the English, cheerfully acknowledging responsibility. Know that it was I, by my order, that the death of Charles of Spain was carried out. He framed it as a private matter honourably resolved, and then, while the King of France was still incandescent with grief and rage over his murdered favourite, Jean shut himself away for days, refusing food and company, and the court chroniclers describe a sovereign so deranged by the loss that state business simply stopped. Whatever the exact nature of his love for Lacerda, the mourning was the mourning of a widower. Charles opened negotiations with England, offering to hand the English his Norman lands as a doorway into France. A word about what Charles actually ruled, while his letters crossed the Channel, because the mismatch is the engine of the whole career. Navarre was tiny, a mountain kingdom in the western Pyrenees. Pamplona, its one real city, its revenues modest, its army small, a realm you could ride across in days. What Charles possessed beyond it was position. The Norman counties athwart the Seine and the roads to Paris, the Pyrenean passes between France and Spain, and the blood of St. Louis in his veins. And he spent his whole life leveraging position into menace, a small king made enormous purely by where he stood and what he was willing to do there. The threat worked exactly as designed. Jean, facing an English alliance with his own cousin, swallowed the murder of the man he loved, and in the Treaty of Mantes in 1354, he pardoned the assassins and handed Charles even more Norman territory. The King of Navarre had murdered the King of France's favourite, confessed in writing, and been paid for it. If you want a single transaction that explains the moral atmosphere of the 100 Years' War, that one will serve. The peace lasted, of course, as long as Charles's peaces ever lasted. He intrigued with England again. He was suspected of drawing the king's own heir, the young Dauphin, into a plot. And in April 1356, King Jean's patience detonated, and the scene it detonated into is one of the great set pieces of the century. On the 5th of April, the Dauphin was hosting a banquet at the castle of Rouen, a reconciliation dinner of all things, the young heir entertaining the Norman nobility with Charles of Navarre seated as guest of honour. When the doors of the hall burst open and the King of France himself came through them in armour, at the head of a company of men-at-arms, with his marshal beside him shouting that no one was to move on pain of death. Jean crossed the hall straight to the high table and seized Charles of Navarre with his own hands, grabbed him by the collar, hauled him up out of his seat, and the words the chronicles give him deserve their place. "Get up, traitor. You are not worthy to sit at my son's table." For one heartbeat the whole century balanced on a knife, literally. One of Charles's squires, a man named Colin Doublel, drew his dagger on the King of France himself, there in the hall, and was barely wrestled down before he could add regicide to the menu. Jean arrested Charles in front of the horrified company, and then dealt with 4 of his companions, including that squire, and including men implicated in the spinning sow business 2 years earlier, with a fury that skipped past every form of law. They were loaded onto carts, hauled out that same day to a field behind the castle called, with no irony available in any language, the Field of Pardon, and beheaded in front of the king. And the headsman's work matched the haste. The executioner pressed into service was, by the accounts, a condemned prisoner offered his own life for the job, an amateur with an axe and everything to lose, and he took blow after botched blow to get through his task. One account gives the Count of Harcourt's death 6 strokes. The bodies were hung in chains from the great gibbet of Rouen, where they stayed, rotting over the city, as the king's answer to the 80 wounds. Charles himself was too royal to kill and too dangerous to free, so he went into a cell, and prison turned out to be the best career move he never chose, because 5 months later King Jean marched off to fight the English at Poitiers and lost the battle, the army, and his own liberty in a single afternoon. The King of France, Captive in English hands, his teenage son, the Dauphin, left holding a bankrupt, beaten, furious kingdom, and in that vacuum, everyone suddenly remembered that the charming King of Navarre, royal blood, silver tongue, conveniently anti-Valois, was sitting in a cell. In November 1357, his partisans broke him out, and Paris welcomed him like a savior. He stood up before the capital, an open-air assembly at the Pré aux Clercs, 10,000 Parisians by the reckonings, packed to hear him, and gave a speech the accounts describe with something like awe. Hours long, learned and tearful by turns, the little king cataloguing his wrongs, invoking his descent from St. Louis, weeping at the correct moments and letting the crowd weep with him, and pivoting, just often enough, to the delicate suggestion that France's misfortunes traced to the men who had stolen a crown from his grandmother's line. Chroniclers who despised everything he stood for still recorded through their teeth that he spoke wonderfully, sweetly, one says, and with great eloquence, so that he drew the people to him. Persuasion was the one weapon he never had to buy, hire, or poison. The city, whipped up by its revolutionary merchant leader Etienne Marcel, fell at his feet. For a season, Charles the Bad was the most popular man in France, and every faction, the Parisian Revolution, the captive king's party, the Dauphin, the English, believed he was secretly working for them. All of them were correct, and that was the problem. How ugly that Parisian winter got, and how much of the ugliness broke in Charles's favor, comes through in one morning that the chronicles never tired of describing. On the 22nd of February, 1358, Etienne Marcel led an armed crowd of some 3,000 Parisians into the royal palace itself, up the stairs, and into the private chamber of the Dauphin, the 18-year-old heir of France, standing essentially alone. With the prince were two of his most senior officers, the marshals Jean de Conflans and Robert de Clermont. The mob fell on them right there in the room in front of the boy. Clermont was cut down beside the Dauphin's bed. Conflans died so close to the prince that the accounts agree on the detail everyone remembered. The marshal's blood spattered across the Dauphin's robes as they were butchered within arm's reach of him, and the terrified heir of France begged Marcel to spare his own life. Marcel's answer was pure theatre. He took the red and blue hood of the Parisian Revolution off his own head and pressed it onto the Dauphin's, marking the prince as the mob's creature, and put the Dauphin's hat on himself, and the bodies of the two marshals were dragged out and dumped in the courtyard where the crowd could see them, and they lay there while the city decided whether it was proud or afraid. And here's the Navarre connection, because there always is one. One of the murdered marshals had been a principal enemy of Charles's party. The crowd's fury had been stoked for weeks by preachers and agents in Navarre's pay, and within days of the killings, Charles the Bad was back in Paris, installed by Marcel's government as its protector, negotiating from the top of a situation his people had helped set alight. He hadn't held a knife. He never held a knife. Men simply kept dying in rooms he profited from, while he arrived afterward, sympathetic and eloquent, to collect. Then came the spring of 1358 and the Jacquerie, and here Charles graduates from assassin to something bleaker. The French countryside north of Paris, ground to nothing by taxes, ransoms, defeat, and the plundering soldiery of both sides, erupted in one of the great peasant risings of the Middle Ages. Manor houses burned, noble families were murdered with atrocities the chroniclers dwell on at nauseated length. Froissart, no friend of peasants, records a knight roasted on a spit before his wife and children, and the wife violated and forced to eat of her husband's flesh before being killed. And whatever the truth of the worst tales, the nobility of northern France experienced weeks of genuine class terror. The peasants, the Jacques, from the nickname Jacques Bonhomme, Jack Goodfellow, the noble's condescending name for any peasant, found a commander in a man named Guillaume Calle, a capable villager who tried to turn the mob into an army, and the nobility, terrified and scattered, turned to the one royal figure at hand with troops and nerve, Charles of Navarre. The fact that he'd been flirting with the Parisian Revolution allied to those same peasants troubled him not at all. The wind had changed, so Charles changed. On the 10th of June, 1358, near Mello, Charles's professional soldiers faced Calle's peasant host, thousands strong, dug in on a slope behind wagons, a position awkward enough that even trained cavalry would bleed taking it. So Charles didn't take it. He sent to Calle under a flag of truce, proposing a parley, offering safe conduct, the sacred machinery of chivalric war, sworn word, guaranteed passage. And Guillaume Calle, a peasant playing at the noble's game and trusting the noble's rules, walked into Charles's camp and was seized on the spot. The safe conduct meant nothing. The chroniclers barely pretend anyone expected it to. Some later accounts add that before killing him, they crowned him, sat him down and pressed onto his head a circlet of iron heated red in the fire, a burning crown for the king of the peasants, and then beheaded him. His leaderless army, watching its commander vanish into the enemy camp and not return, was charged by Charles's knights and annihilated where it stood. Thousands of peasants ridden down and butchered in the fields. And the killing didn't stop with the battle. Across the following weeks, the nobility conducted a counter-terror through the villages of the Beauvaisis and beyond, burning, hanging, massacring men who had nothing to do with the rising, along with those who had, until, by the reckonings repeated since, some 20,000 peasants were dead by midsummer. At Meaux, where a separate peasant and Parisian force had trapped noble families, including, for maximum drama, the Dauphin's own wife and infant daughter, in a fortified market on an island in the river, the situation hung for a moment at the edge of the unthinkable. Some 300 noble women and children penned behind one wall, a furious army of thousands at the gate, and everyone on both sides fully aware of what the Jacques had already done to noble families in the countryside. Into that scene, with timing that romances are built from, rode a small company of knights on their way home from crusading in Prussia, the Captal de Bouc and the Count of Foix among them, perhaps 24 lances and their followers, who heard what was penned up in the market of Meaux, came on and charged the mob in the narrow streets. Armoured professional killers in a confined space against townsmen and peasants. The accounts describe the crowd compressing, panicking, breaking, men drowning in the Marne by the hundred as they fled the lances, and the slaughter running on until the arms of the killers were tired. Then the reprisal that followed torched the town. Meaux burned by the accounts for 2 weeks, its mayor hanged, its people slaughtered for what their neighbors had attempted. Charles the Bad rode through all of this as the nobility's sword, the safe conduct trick at Mello his personal contribution to the season, and within weeks he was back in Paris negotiating with the same revolutionary government the peasants had died allied to, because, and I cannot stress this enough, the man was incapable of staying betrayed out. Etienne Marcel, the Parisian leader, was murdered by his own citizens at the end of July as the revolution collapsed, cut down with axes at the Porte Saint-Antoine by men of the Loyalist Party, in the very act, his killers claimed, of opening the gates of Paris to a Navarrese garrison, the keys of the city in question at the moment the blades came down. Paris opened its gates to the Dauphin within days, and the best chance Charles the Bad ever had of ruling France from inside its capital bled out in a gateway with the man holding the keys, and Charles simply pivoted again, made terms with the Dauphin he'd been undermining, and sailed on. The rest of the career runs on the same engine, and I'll spare you every rotation of it. Alliance and betrayal with England, alliance and betrayal with France, a serious bid for the French crown itself abandoned when the price rose, and a military humiliation timed like a punchline. In May 1364, days before the new King Charles V was to be crowned at Reims, the royal army under Bertrand du Guesclin met the Navarrese army at Cocherel in Normandy and wrecked it, capturing its famous Gascon commander, so that the first news delivered to the new King of France on the road to his own coronation was that God, or at least du Guesclin, had gift-wrapped the King of Navarre's field army for the occasion. The same Breton, 5 years later, would host that fatal tent at Montiel. Small world, the 14th century. And threading through the decades, the poison. Poison hangs around Charles the Bad like the smell around Sviatopolk's grave. He was accused in formal proceedings and common report of attempting to poison the Dauphin, later King Charles V, on more than one occasion. When the French king died in 1380, worn out at 42 by a mysterious chronic illness, his doctors traced to an old poisoning. Plenty of voices knew exactly whom to blame. In 1378, the French finally produced receipts. A Navarrese agent, captured and interrogated, confessed to a mission to poison the King of France with a powder on his master's orders, and the confession, extracted under torture, weigh that as you will, was published across Europe, and France used it as the warrant to seize essentially all of Charles's Norman lands. The seizure of 1378 was total and humiliating in its speed. Royal officers and troops moved through the Navarrese holdings in Normandy, taking town after town, castle after castle, Evreux itself, the seat of his line, among them, while his own eldest son, the future Charles III, who happened to be in French hands and French sympathies, formally surrendered what his father owned rather than see it stormed. Within months of the whole continental inheritance he had schemed, murdered, and poisoned over for 40 years, exactly one stronghold remained out of French hands, the port of Cherbourg. and only because Charles had already leased it to the English, meaning even the last scrap wasn't really his. His own son, mortified, went over to the French side, and even that catastrophe taught him nothing, because the reports place him in the mid-1380s, old and ruined, trying one last time. An agent dispatched into France with poison intended for the young King Charles VI and the royal dukes, the whole Valois leadership in one stroke. The man was caught, interrogated, and confessed the commission and the paymaster, and died the death France reserved for those who raised a hand against the king's person, executed with the full public horror the occasion demanded, and the confession went into the record beside the earlier one. 2 separate captured agents, 7 years apart, each independently naming the King of Navarre as the man who sent them into France with poison. At some point, the pattern stops being alleged. By the 1380s, Charles the Bad sat shrunken back into little Navarre, prematurely old, sick, broke, distrusted from Scotland to Castile. A man who had spent 40 years playing every side of the largest war in the world and had, at the end of all the cleverness, lost every single game. And then came the night that turned him into a legend. By the winter of 1386 into 87, Charles was 54 and his body was failing. The sources describe something like paralysis or extreme debility, a man who had lost the use of his limbs, possibly after years of illness, his enemies naturally attributed to a poisoner's occupational exposure. His physicians prescribed a treatment with perfectly respectable medieval logic behind it. The king was to be wrapped at night, head to foot in linen cloths soaked in distilled spirits, aqua vitae, brandy essentially, to warm the body and revive the dying limbs. To keep the wrappings snug, the soaked bandages were sewn onto him, stitched closed around the royal body each evening like a shroud and unpicked in the morning. Sit with that image a moment. An old, hated, half-paralyzed king, sealed every night into alcohol-soaked cloth by candlelight. You can see it coming. Everyone for 600 years has been able to see it coming. On the night of the 1st of January, 1387, New Year's night, the attendant sewing him in, a serving woman, finished the seam at the king's neck and found she had no scissors to cut the final thread. So she reached for the candle to burn the thread loose. The flame touched the thread and ran down it like a fuse into cloth saturated with distilled spirit. And the King of Navarre ignited in his own bed, sewn into his own burning bandages, unable, remember the paralysis, to rise, to roll, to tear at the wrappings, to do anything but burn and scream. The attendant fled the room in terror, by the accounts, leaving him alight. By the time help beat out the flames, Charles had been roasted over most of his body inside a garment he could not remove, and the 14th century had no mercy left to offer a burn victim beyond prayer. He did not die quickly. The chroniclers, with the grim satisfaction of men watching a moral demonstration, note that he lingered. Froissart's account and the others give him days of agony, up to a fortnight in some versions, fully conscious for at least part of it, dying by slow degrees inside his cooked skin. With time, the pious versions add hopefully to repent of a lifetime that would have required considerably longer. He died in Pamplona in the first days of January 1387, and Europe received the news the way audiences receive the end of a well-made play. The traditions of the fatal night vary a little from chronicle to chronicle, and the variations are their own study in how a legend sets. In one telling, the fire comes from the attendant's candle igniting the final thread. In another, from a warming pan or brazier brought too close to the spirit-soaked bed. In yet another, the physician's wrapping was done nightly for weeks before the night the flame found it. But every version keeps the essentials: the sewn shroud of brandy-soaked cloth, the helpless body inside it, the fire, the days of lingering. Chroniclers across the continent recorded the death with open editorializing: the treacherous king, the poisoner, the burner of Mo, consumed by fire in his bed through the fumbling of a servant girl. Some said the hand of God, some said the devil collecting his own, and Froissart, who had spent decades chronicling the man's betrayals, and observed that scarcely anyone in his own time would trust his word, seems unable to settle between them. No pyre built by an executioner, no sentence passed by a court, just a missing pair of scissors, a candle, and a body of work catching up with a body. What remained of Charles was buried with royal honours in the Cathedral of Pamplona, and following the custom of Navarre's kings, the body was parcelled out among the sanctuaries of the little kingdom. His heart sent up to the hill shrine of Santa Maria at Ujue, where his father's heart already rested, so that the most burnt-out heart in 14th century Europe finished its travels in a mountain church above the plains, in a casket next to his dad's. His son succeeded him and spent his whole reign being pointedly, strenuously decent. History remembers him as Charles the Noble, and you don't earn that nickname unless everyone badly needs you to be the opposite of your father. And one of the bad king's daughters carried the family luck across the channel. Joan of Navarre married in her widowhood King Henry IV of England and reigned as Queen of England, and years later, as a dowager, was formally accused by her own stepson's government of attempting to destroy the king by witchcraft and sorcery, stripped of her revenues, and held for years in genteel confinement before being quietly released. No trial, and modern historians overwhelmingly see a cash grab dressed in an accusation. And notice which accusation came first to hand. The daughter of Charles the Bad, suspected of destroying a king by dark and secret means. Some family reputations cross salt water without getting wet, and that seems like the place to stop. With the smell of burned linen in a Pamplona bedroom and a servant girl running down a corridor away from the screaming on the first night of 1387. All right, that's the end of this one, and honestly, after 7 of these men in a row, I think we've all earned some daylight. If this video kept you company through a commute or a late night, do me a favor and tell me in the comments which of these 7 you'd least want to have dinner with. I have my answer, and it involves not being seated near any hares. Huge thanks as always to the Patreon crew and the YouTube members who make these long ones possible. If you fancy joining them, everything's linked in the description and the pinned comment. Take care of yourselves, and I'll catch you in the next one.